Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you are from. Also, what time is it? The wind howled through the trees, as if the very forest around the old house were alive, whispering secrets. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale, eerie light over the crumbling structure. The house on the hill had always been a place of rumors and warnings. For as long as anyone in the nearby town could remember, it had been abandoned. Its windows darkened, its door long off its hinges. No one ever went up there, not even the bravest souls. It was a place of terror, steeped in stories too chilling to tell. But on that night, something was different. A lone car crept up the winding road, tires crunching over the gravel, its headlights sweeping over the broken fence and the overgrown yard. Inside the car, a man sat with his hands gripping the wheel, his knuckles white. His name was Thomas Miller, a man with a past he could never escape, and a curiosity that had gotten him into trouble more times than he could count. Thomas had heard the rumors, the stories that had been passed down like folklore. The house on the hill was said to be cursed. People who lived near it had disappeared, and strange sounds were heard late at night. Sounds that were far too strange for the wind. But Thomas wasn't like the others. He wasn't afraid of ghosts or curses. He believed in science, logic, and reason. There was always a logical explanation for everything. That's what he told himself, even as the car creaked and groaned under the strain of the steep incline. The headlights illuminated the house ahead, revealing its decaying facade, a mansion that had once been grand, but now stood as little more than a shell of its former self. Broken windows, a roof that seemed ready to cave in, and a once beautiful porch that had long since rotted away. But it was the silhouette in one of the windows that caught Thomas's eye. For a split second, he could have sworn he saw someone standing there, a figure, a person, but that was impossible. The house had been empty for years. His pulse quickened, but he brushed it off. There was a logical explanation, he told himself again. The wind, the trees, maybe a trick of the light. But the longer he stared at the window, the more unsettling it became. The figure remained unmoving. The car came to a stop in front of the house, its engine purring softly, as if reluctant to be so close to the place that had terrified so many. Thomas sat for a moment, his eyes fixed on the window, heart pounding in his chest. Then, with a deep breath, he turned off the engine and stepped out of the car. The cold night air hit him like a slap to the face, sharp and biting. He wasn't afraid. No, he couldn't be afraid. He was a man of reason, a man of facts. And tonight, he would uncover the truth about the house. Whatever it was that lurked inside, whatever it was that had kept people away for generations, he would find it. The gravel crunched beneath his boots as he made his way toward the front door. Each step felt heavier than the last, the weight of the house pressing down on him. It was as if the house itself was alive, watching him, waiting for him to enter. He reached the porch and hesitated for a moment. The door, or what was left of it, hung crookedly on its hinges. Inside, the darkness stretched out like an ocean, swallowing everything in its path. He could barely make out the outline of the hallway beyond. His mind screamed at him to turn back, but his body moved forward, driven by something he couldn't quite explain. The fear that gnawed at him only seemed to push him onward. The door creaked open with a sound that echoed through the silent night like a warning. Thomas stepped inside, the floorboards groaning beneath his weight. The air was thick with dust, and the smell of mildew and decay filled his nostrils. The silence was oppressive, as if the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. He pulled out a flashlight from his bag, flicking it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the remnants of what had once been a grand entrance. A grand staircase spiraled upward, its railing broken in places. Paint peeled from the walls, revealing the raw wood beneath. The air felt heavy, as if the house had been abandoned in more ways than one. Thomas's footsteps echoed through the empty halls as he moved deeper into the house, the flashlight trembling slightly in his hand. He wasn't afraid. He was a man of reason. There had to be a logical explanation for everything. But then, something strange happened. From somewhere deep within the house, a sound echoed, a faint tapping, like a knock on a door. At first, he thought it was the wind, but as he paused to listen, he realized it was coming from somewhere nearby, somewhere in the direction of the basement. His heart skipped a beat. It was impossible. The house was empty. No one could be there. But the sound came again, louder this time, a slow, deliberate tap, 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 tap. Thomas's breath caught in his throat. The logical part of his mind screamed that it was just the house settling, the old wood creaking under its own weight. But there was something in the rhythm, something too purposeful about it. It wasn't random. He found himself moving toward the basement door before he even realized what he was doing. The door was heavy, its wood old and warped. He grabbed the handle, and with a deep breath, he pulled it open. The darkness beyond was impenetrable, a thick blackness that swallowed the light from his flashlight. The air smelled even worse here, damp, rotten, suffocating. And then, from the depths of the basement, he heard it again. Tap, tap. It was closer this time. Much closer. Without thinking, Thomas descended the stairs. The wood creaked beneath his feet, the sound like a warning in the silence. The walls seemed to close in around him, the air growing colder with each step. Then, as he reached the bottom, he saw something that made his blood run cold. The floor of the basement was covered in dust, but there, in the center of the room, was a circle. A perfect circle, drawn in what looked like old, dried blood. And inside the circle, something sat. A figure, hunched and still. Thomas's heart pounded in his chest. He tried to move, but his feet felt like they were glued to the ground. The figure didn't move. It didn't even seem to breathe. But as his flashlight beam landed on it, he saw something that made his stomach churn. It wasn't a person. It was a doll. A large, grotesque doll, its face cracked and twisted, its eyes empty and staring. It sat in the center of the circle, as if waiting. Waiting for something. Or someone. For a moment, Thomas could only stare at it, his mind struggling to make sense of what he was seeing. What was it doing here? Who had placed it in the circle? And why? But before he could move, before he could turn and flee, he heard it. A voice. Low, faint, whispering from the darkness. Leave now. The words seemed to reverberate through the very air, shaking him to his core. It was a voice full of anger, full of desperation. And then the doll moved. It wasn't a sudden movement, not at first. But the hand, the one with the cracked fingers, twitched. Then it moved again. And again. And before Thomas could react, the doll's head turned. Slowly, deliberately, it turned to face him. Leave now. The voice whispered again, louder this time, more insistent. His heart raced in his chest. He wanted to run, to flee. But his feet wouldn't move. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the doll. There was something wrong with it. Something unnatural. Something. The light flickered. And in that instant, Thomas saw it. Behind the doll, the walls of the basement seemed to bend, as if the space itself was warping. The shadows stretched unnaturally, reaching out toward him, pulling him closer. The very air seemed to twist and curl around him, like fingers closing in. The doll's head snapped forward, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. The whispers grew louder. Leave or stay forever. And that's when Thomas realized the truth. The house didn't want him to leave. Not anymore. Thomas stumbled backward, his breath shallow and erratic. The doll's eyes seemed to burn through him, piercing into his very soul. He could feel the weight of the house pressing in on him, as if the walls themselves were closing tighter, trapping him in this nightmare. The whispers continued, each one more insistent than the last. Leave, or stay forever. The words slithered into his mind, curling around his thoughts like tendrils of darkness. He shook his head violently, trying to force the thoughts away, but they lingered like a plague. His pulse thirted in his ears, and his hands trembled at his sides. The basement, once just a shadowy corner of an old house, now felt alive with something sinister. The doll's gaze followed him, never blinking, never shifting. Its cracked face, smeared with what looked like dark stains, twisted into a grotesque mockery of a smile. The low whisper of its voice seemed to come from every direction, as if it were coming from deep within the walls, from beneath the floorboards, from inside his very mind. Thomas couldn't tear his eyes away. He was frozen, rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Every rational part of him screamed to run, to escape, but his feet felt as though they were glued to the floor. The whispers wrapped around him like chains, binding him in place. And then, the air in the basement grew colder, so cold it felt as if his breath would freeze in his lungs. The shadows deepened, stretching toward him with unnatural speed, curling around the edges of the room. The darkness seemed to breathe with him, in rhythm with his own heartbeat, as if it were alive, aware of him, watching him. Without warning, the doll's head snapped to one side with a sickening crack, and the eyes, those hollow, soulless eyes, seemed to widen, glowing a sickly yellow. A voice, no longer a whisper, but a loud, guttural growl, erupted from its mouth. Stay, forever. The words reverberated in the air, bouncing off the walls, twisting and distorting the very fabric of reality. The temperature in the room plummeted, and Thomas felt the cold grip his bones, numbing him. His hands, slick with sweat, struggled to grip the flashlight as the beam flickered and wavered. In that instant, everything seemed to go still, like the calm before a storm. The walls, the floor, even the air itself, seemed to hold its breath. And then, suddenly, there was movement. The shadows along the walls swirled violently, coiling and twisting in ways that were utterly unnatural. They surged toward Thomas with terrifying speed, the darkness congealing into something more tangible, more menacing. A shape, no, several shapes, began to form within the dark, amorphous mass. Figures, indistinct and barely human, their forms shifting and warping in the flickering light. Thomas staggered back, his pulse racing, but his feet still refused to obey. His body was heavy, his movements sluggish, as if the very air itself was thickening around him, pulling him deeper into the nightmare. He wanted to scream, to cry out, but no sound escaped his throat. The fear, the terror, was too overwhelming. He was trapped. The figures in the shadows grew clearer, twisted, contorted forms that seemed to be made of darkness itself. Their faces were hollow, their eyes empty voids, yet they seemed to watch him with a malevolent intelligence. The walls trembled, vibrating with an unnatural hum, as if the very foundation of the house were coming alive. Leave. Now. The whisper returned, but this time it wasn't just in the air. It came from everywhere. It came from the walls, the floor, the ceiling, surrounding him, pressing in on him. The voices, dozens of voices, a cacophony of whispers, filled his mind, drowning out everything else. He could no longer distinguish between reality and madness. The house, the figures, the doll, they were all part of the same thing. They were all part of the same horrible presence that had trapped him here. A loud crash echoed through the basement, and Thomas spun around, the flashlight beam shaking as it landed on something he hadn't noticed before. The walls, they were moving. The wallpaper, once yellowed and peeling, was shifting. The seams of the walls stretched as if they were alive, as if the house itself was breathing. And behind the wallpaper, behind the drywall, something was stirring. Something was coming. His heart pounded in his chest as the whispers grew louder, more frantic. He had to get out. He had to escape. But how? The basement door. The one he had come through. was nowhere to be seen. The stairs had vanished, swallowed by the expanding darkness. The house was closing in around him, and there was no way out. The shapes and the shadows were closer now, their twisted forms moving with unnerving grace. They were like phantoms, their features indistinct, but their presence undeniable. They surrounded him, closing in, their eyes, those empty, soulless eyes, locked on his every movement. And then, from the darkness, a new sound broke through, the sound of something scraping, something gnawing at the walls. The wallpaper tore, revealing the source of the sound. A hand, pale, thin, and skeletal, reached out from behind the wall, its fingers clawing at the air as if trying to pull itself free. Another hand followed, and then a face, a grotesque, decayed face, emerged from the hole in the wall. The thing grinned, its mouth stretching unnaturally wide, revealing teeth that were sharp and yellowed, jagged like broken glass. Thomas stumbled backward, his body crashing into something solid, something cold and wet. He whirled around to find that the walls, the floor, even the ceiling, everything, was now covered in a thick layer of crawling, squirming darkness. The air was thick with the smell of decay and rot, and the whispers, they were everywhere, inescapable. The thing from the wall pulled itself free with a sickening squelch, its body twisting and contorting as it emerged fully into the basement. It was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs elongated and thin, like a creature from some ancient nightmare. Its face was no longer human. Its eyes were black pits, its mouth a gaping maw, filled with rows of sharp, jagged teeth. It smiled, or rather it tried to smile, the skin around its mouth tearing as it stretched wider. "Stay with us," it hissed, its voice a rasping whisper that sent shivers down Thomas's spine. "Forever." The creature reached out with one of its long, skeletal hands, its fingers curling around the air as it moved toward him. The shadows swirled faster now, almost frantic, as if the house itself were alive, desperate for him to stay. Thomas's heart raced. He was going to die here. He knew it. There was no escape. But as the creature lunged toward him, the flashlight flickered one last time, and the light went out. The basement plunged into darkness. And in that darkness, the whispers grew louder. "Stay. Forever." Thomas's heart was a deafening drumbeat in his ears, each thundering pulse filling the black void around him. His body was frozen, paralyzed by terror, yet desperate to flee. His breath came in ragged gasps, sharp and shallow. He tried to turn, to run, but his legs wouldn't obey. It felt like the air itself had turned to molasses, thick and oppressive, smothering him. The creature's rasping voice echoed in his mind, a low, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate his very bones. "Stay. Forever." It hissed again, and this time the words were no longer whispers. They were commands, orders that burned into his soul. He couldn't see it anymore. The flashlight had failed, leaving him in total darkness, but he could feel it. It was there. The thing from the wall, the skeletal hand, the monstrous face. It was close. Too close. And then, the air shifted. A cold breeze blew through the basement, though there was no open window, no source for it. The temperature dropped so rapidly that Thomas could see his breath forming in front of him in sharp, frosty clouds. The whispers, which had been swirling around him, grew louder, more frantic. They became indistinct voices, layers upon layers of them, all speaking at once. The words twisted in and out of coherence, fragments of sentences woven together into a chorus of madness. "Leave now," one voice begged, desperate. "Stay with us." Another commanded, malevolent. "You can't leave." A third whispered, cold and comforting. The chill that gripped him intensified, and suddenly, the basement felt smaller, as if the walls were inching closer with every breath he took. He could almost feel the darkness pressing in on him, smothering him, and the sensation was more terrifying than anything he had ever felt in his life. Then, something moved. A shift in the darkness, a subtle distortion in the blackness. A sound. A scrape. like nails against stone. It was coming from somewhere ahead, somewhere in the direction of the far corner of the basement. His instincts screamed at him to run, to do anything to escape, but his feet were still rooted to the spot. He forced his legs to move, staggering forward. Each step felt like an eternity, each motion like dragging himself through thick mud. He tried to focus on anything, but the oppressive darkness around him was suffocating. Suddenly, his foot caught on something. A loose floorboard. No, it was something else. Something alive. His body lurched forward, and his hand shot out instinctively, grabbing onto something in the darkness. A cold, smooth surface. A wall, a door. His fingers brushed against it, and it felt like skin, soft and warm. He recoiled, yanking his hand back, as though he had touched something wrong. Before he could process what had just happened, the creature's voice broke through the thick fog of his fear. "Why are you afraid?" It purred, its voice now almost tender. "We are your family. We have always been here. You are one of us now." Thomas stumbled backward, the words hitting him like a punch to the gut. He wanted to scream, to deny it, but the terror clawing at his throat choked him silent. His mind raced, grasping for any shred of logic, any way to explain what was happening. But all he could think of was the doll in the circle, the figure in the window, and the whispers that had lured him here. The house itself was alive. It had been waiting for him. And then, the creature's fingers brushed against his back. Cold, so cold. Thomas's skin crawled, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up straight. He twisted violently, his heart hammering against his rib cage, as he turned to face whatever had touched him. His flashlight had fallen, leaving him in complete darkness. But there, in the murk, he saw something, a shimmer, a flicker of movement. The eyes, 2 eyes. They glowed faintly, a dull yellow, like embers in the night, burning through the oppressive darkness. They were everywhere. They were in the corners of the room, in the cracks in the walls, in the shadows, all around him. Thousands of eyes, watching him, studying him, waiting for him to break. "Look at us," the voice hissed, low and almost playful. "We are always watching." The eyes flickered again, a rapid strobe that sent a surge of panic through his veins. He couldn't look away. He couldn't. He had to look. But it was like they were drawing him in, like a magnet, pulling him deeper into the suffocating darkness. He shook his head, backing up against the wall. His breath was coming in sharp, desperate gasps now. Sweat streamed down his face despite the cold, his entire body trembling with fear. Then, from the depths of the room, a sound split the air, a shrill, unnatural scream that pierced through the quiet like a blade. It wasn't a human scream. It wasn't even animalistic. It was something else, something monstrous. It was close, so close. He spun around, his back pressed against the wall as he desperately tried to pinpoint where the sound had come from, and that's when he saw it. A figure, slightly taller than a man, emerged from the shadows. Its form was indistinct, a shifting mass of dark tendrils and shifting shapes. But there was no mistaking it. It was a figure, and it was coming toward him. Its head was disproportionately large, a grotesque bulbous mass with those same eyes. Countless eyes, glowing faintly in the depths of the darkness. The creature's body was stretched, emaciated, its limbs unnaturally long and thin. It moved with an eerie, jerky gait, like a marionette with broken strings, each step unnatural, each movement too fluid to be human. But it was not human. It never had been. The thing continued its advance, its eyes never leaving Thomas's face, and its mouth, the jagged, twisted maw, opened, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. The whispers, the voices, they all grew louder now, converging into a single, unified command. "You will stay with us." A cold hand brushed his arm, sending an electric shock of terror through his body. The creature was close now, within reach, and Thomas could feel its icy breath against his skin. The darkness began to swirl around him again, as though the walls themselves were alive, closing in, tightening, narrowing. And then, just as it seemed the walls would crush him, he saw something out of the corner of his eye. A sliver of light, a door, an exit. For a fleeting moment, hope surged in his chest. His legs moved of their own accord, propelled by an instinctual need to survive. He didn't care where it led. He just had to get out. He lunged toward the light, his feet scrambling across the floor, his hands desperately reaching for the door. But as his fingers brushed the handle, the floor beneath him shifted. A sharp, painful jolt ran through his body, and he was yanked backward, crashing into the cold, hard floor. The air was thick now, stifling. The whispers had become deafening, a single, overwhelming voice that screamed in his mind. "You can't leave." The eyes flickered again, the light around him dimming as the darkness closed in for good. And then, the house swallowed him whole. The darkness engulfed Thomas, swallowing him whole. It pressed in on every side, a thick, suffocating blackness that wrapped itself around him like a shroud. His chest heaved with desperation, his lungs gasping for air that no longer seemed to exist. Every inch of his body felt heavy, as if the darkness itself was weighing him down, pulling him into the very heart of the house, into its twisted core. He had no idea how long he had been falling. Minutes, hours, days. Time felt irrelevant here, like it had no meaning in this place. There was no sound, no light, no feeling other than the overwhelming sensation that he was sinking deeper, further into the depths of something ancient and alive. The voices, the whispers, had grown silent, leaving only the sound of his ragged breathing in his ears. But that silence was worse than the whispers, because it meant that something was waiting. It felt like the world itself was holding its breath. Then, without warning, something broke through the stillness. A soft, slithering noise, like something moving through the walls, unseen but ever present. His breath caught in his throat as the sound grew closer, until it was right beside him. His eyes darted around in the suffocating blackness, searching for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. No form, no shape. And then, he felt it. A cold, clammy touch brushed against his skin, sliding along the length of his arm. His heart stopped for a moment, terror flooding his veins, as he whipped his head around. The shadows were still. Nothing. But that cold, skeletal touch. It was real. He tried to scream. But his mouth was dry, his throat locked tight in fear. He could feel the air growing colder, freezing him from the inside out. The silence grew louder, more oppressive, until it felt like the entire house was breathing, exhaling the suffocating atmosphere into him. A flash of light. The sudden brightness was blinding, cutting through the darkness like a blade. It was so jarring, so violent, that Thomas instinctively closed his eyes against it. But even through the darkness behind his eyelids, he could sense something moving, something shifting. The light was coming from below, from deep within the ground beneath him, and it was alive and pulling him toward it. His feet seemed to move of their own accord, stepping forward, despite the fear coursing through him. He didn't want to move, didn't want to go any closer, but the pull was too strong. It was as if the ground itself was drawing him in, urging him toward the source of the light. His feet hit something solid, stone, cold and slick with dampness. He opened his eyes, blinking away the blinding light, only to find himself standing at the edge of a vast, underground chamber. The walls of the chamber were made of rough, hewn stone, ancient and weathered. But it wasn't the structure that caught his attention. It was the roots. Thick, gnarled roots, like the veins of some ancient, monstrous creature, stretched up from the floor and twisted around the walls. They were everywhere, crawling up the stone, wending through the cracks in the floor, and even hanging from the ceiling like dark, twisted vines. They pulsed with an eerie, unnatural life, throbbing as though the house itself had veins, arteries, and a heartbeat. The roots seemed to breathe, to move, as if they were alive, growing, ever expanding. In the center of the room, illuminated by a dim, flickering light, was a pedestal, a stone altar, ancient and covered in symbols that seemed to shift and change as Thomas gazed at them. The roots wrapped around the pedestal, their jagged tendrils coiling around the base like serpents guarding their prey. And there, on the altar, was someone. A figure, shrouded in shadow, their form barely visible beneath the dark roots. The figure was hunched over, kneeling on the stone, their head bowed low, as though in silent prayer, or perhaps in some form of twisted worship. The figure's arms were outstretched, their fingers curled into claws, as though reaching for something just beyond their grasp. The air in the room was thick with the smell of rot, decay, and something else. Something metallic, like blood. The ground beneath Thomas's feet seemed to pulse with a dark energy, a malevolent force that made his skin crawl. The very atmosphere in the room felt alive with something ancient and wicked. Something that had been here for far longer than he could comprehend. The figure on the pedestal stirred. Thomas's heart skipped a beat as the figure slowly raised its head, revealing its face. The face that stared back at him was pale, gaunt, and utterly twisted. It was not a human face, not anymore. The skin was stretched tight over the bones. The eyes wide and vacant, hollow sockets that seemed to absorb all light. The mouth was gaping, as though the creature had forgotten how to close it, or perhaps had no desire to do so. The figure's gaze met Thomas's, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. The connection between them was immediate, powerful, like a shock to his very soul. He wanted to look away, to run, but his body refused to move. And then, the figure spoke. "You have come." The voice was a rasping, hollow sound, like the whisper of someone lost in the bowels of the earth. It echoed in the chamber, bouncing off the walls, reverberating in Thomas's mind. "You have come, because you were always meant to." The words didn't make sense. They shouldn't have. But Thomas felt them, deep within him, like a truth he hadn't known, a truth buried beneath layers of fear and confusion. The figure on the pedestal was waiting for him. It had always been waiting. The roots writhed and twisted, almost eagerly, as if in response to the figure's words. They shifted in the stone, their dark tendrils pulsing in rhythm with the figure's slow, labored breathing. The pedestal began to glow faintly, a sickly light that seemed to emanate from the very stone itself. The symbols on the altar flared, their shapes morphing into something else, something incomprehensible. Thomas felt the pull again. It was no longer just an instinct to survive. It was something deeper, something primal. It was as if the house itself were calling him, beckoning him forward, urging him to step closer. "Come closer," the figure whispered. "You have always belonged to this place." His pulse quickened. He wanted to run. He had to run. But his body wouldn't obey. He was drawn to the altar, to the figure, to the roots that seemed to stretch out toward him like an open hand. The floor seemed to shift beneath his feet, pulling him forward with an undeniable force. He stumbled, his legs unsteady, but he couldn't stop. He couldn't tear himself away. And then, just as his hand reached out toward the altar, a voice, louder this time, echoed through the chamber. "Do not touch it." It was not the figure. The voice came from somewhere else, somewhere far deeper in the house, somewhere ancient where the roots began. Thomas froze. The ground beneath him rumbled, and the chamber shook. The roots seemed to react, thrashing wildly, their tendrils writhing as if enraged by the interruption. The air grew thick again, colder now, suffocating. And then, from the darkness beyond the altar, something stepped forward. A shape, tall, shadowed. Its form was indistinct, but Thomas could feel its presence. It was enormous, far larger than any human, its outline looming against the flickering light. It moved with a terrifying grace, its footfalls silent on the stone floor, its form sliding through the air like a shadow given shape. As it drew closer, Thomas could hear the low rumble of its voice, deep and resonant, like thunder in the distance. "You were never meant to be here," it growled. "Leave now, before it is too late." But Thomas couldn't move. The darkness was closing in around him again, and the pull of the roots of the altar of the house was stronger than ever. And then he understood. The house wasn't just alive. It was aware. It had always been waiting for him. And now it was hungry. The chamber grew still, the air thick and charged with a palpable tension, as if the entire house was holding its breath. The figure on the altar, the one with the hollow eyes, watched Thomas with an almost predatory gaze. Its breath was slow, measured, like something ancient and long forgotten, but still very much alive. The roots seemed to pulse with energy, their dark tendrils curling and writhing as if alive with anticipation. The shape that had emerged from the shadows, the massive, looming presence, moved closer. Its form was still indistinct, but there was a sense of power radiating from it. A malevolence that seemed to fill the chamber like smoke. The ground trembled with every step it took, and the shadows seemed to grow darker, deeper, as if the very light in the room was being consumed by it. "You should not have come here." The voice rumbled again, low and resonant, as if the words themselves carried a weight that could crush him. It was the voice of the house, of the thing that lurked in its bones, its foundation. The figure on the altar, its eyes still locked on Thomas, twitched its claw like fingers curling as if reaching out for him. "We all have our roles. You cannot escape yours." Thomas's body felt like it was frozen in place, his mind swimming with fear, with questions he couldn't begin to answer. His legs felt like they were made of stone, his feet glued to the floor as the shadows closed in around him. He could barely breathe. His chest felt tight, constricted by the weight of whatever force was pressing in on him. He had to move. He had to escape. But the pull of the house, the suffocating grip of the darkness, held him captive. He couldn't take his eyes off the altar, off the twisted figure that waited there. Every part of him screamed to run, to get away, but his feet refused to move. "You're already part of this place," the figure whispered, its voice as cold as the grave. "The house, it knows you now. You cannot leave. Not anymore." The roots pulsed once more, their dark, gnarled tendrils reaching out, slithering across the stone floor like serpents, their movement more frantic than before. As they moved, they seemed to crackle with an eerie, unnatural energy, their surfaces flickering like the distorted edges of a nightmare. They stretched toward Thomas, as if trying to pull him into the center of the room, into the altar, into the heart of the house itself. The dark shape looming at the edge of the chamber took another step forward. For the first time, it spoke again, its voice deeper this time, darker, more commanding. "Leave now, and you will still have a chance to be free." The air felt thick, as if a decision was hanging in the balance, as if Thomas was teetering on the edge of something that could never be undone. He looked around, his eyes frantically searching for a way out, but there was nothing. No door, no window, no path back. "What are you?" Thomas choked out, his voice barely a whisper. His throat was raw, tight from the fear that clenched at his insides. The shape didn't answer at first. It simply watched him, its eyes like two bottomless pits that seemed to devour all the light around them. Then it spoke again, its words resonating through the stone. "I am the keeper of this place. I have always been here, and I will remain long after you are gone. This house is more than wood and stone. It is a living, breathing thing. It feeds on curiosity, and it thrives on the foolishness of those like you who seek answers. You were never meant to find this place. But now that you have..." The voice trailed off, and for a moment, Thomas felt a strange sense of recognition. He was no longer just trapped in a house. No, it was more than that. He was caught in something that had existed long before him. long before anyone else. Something ancient and powerful. His mind raced. The house had been waiting for him. It had been calling to him all along, pulling him toward this moment. He wasn't just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He had been chosen. For what? To become part of this nightmare. To feed it? Was he just a pawn in some twisted game that had been played long before he was born? What do you want from me? Thomas demanded, his voice rising with desperation. His pulse hammered in his ears, his throat dry, his body trembling with a cold sweat. The figure on the altar, if it could even be called a figure, smiled, a terrible, cruel grin that stretched its face in ways that were wrong. The house, it wants you. Your soul, your essence, everything you are. It takes what it needs, and it gives nothing in return. The roots thrashed violently now, their tendrils growing thicker, twisting in unnatural ways. They reached out to touch Thomas, and he could feel their cold, clammy fingers grazing against his skin, drawing him in. His body screamed for him to fight, to resist, but the energy of the house was too strong. The price of curiosity, the voice from the shadows murmured, is always far greater than you realize. It takes more than just your life. It takes your very essence. Thomas struggled, pulling at the roots, but they were everywhere now, wrapping around him like chains. The ground beneath him trembled, and the walls seemed to close in on him. The chamber was no longer just a room. It was a prison. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. Everything was alive with the pulse of the house, with the energy of the roots. The whole place seemed to be closing in on him. But you knew that, didn't you? The figure crooned, its voice now a low, taunting whisper. You came here because you couldn't resist. You wanted to know. And now the house will make you pay. The roots began to tighten around him, pulling him toward the altar, toward the figure. His limbs were useless, trapped by the dark tendrils. He fought against them, but they only tightened their grip. His breath became ragged, his chest constricting under the pressure. The air felt heavy with a strange, suffocating energy, and he could feel his strength draining away. The roots didn't just hold him, they fed on him, siphoning away his very essence. His body, his mind, his soul, everything was being pulled into the dark heart of the house. You are part of us now, Thomas, the figure on the altar whispered. And we are part of you. Forever. The room began to spin, the darkness deepening, becoming a swirling vortex of shadows and light. The roots continued their relentless tug, and Thomas could feel himself slipping away, his consciousness fading. His body felt numb, his mind sluggish as the energy drained from him. And then, in the deepest pit of his despair, he understood. The house had never wanted him to leave. It never intended to let him escape. It had been waiting for him to open the door, to step inside. And now, it was going to consume him. A final scream ripped from his throat, but it was swallowed by the darkness. The house had claimed him. Thomas's body felt like it was being torn apart, but in a way, he could no longer tell where his body ended and the darkness began. It was as if he were both everywhere and nowhere at once, his physical form slipping through the cracks of reality. The roots, those twisted tendrils, were all around him, entwining him, pulling him deeper into the abyss. But even as they clutched him tightly, he felt a strange sensation, almost like he was floating, weightless, as though the house itself had devoured his sense of self, had swallowed his very essence. His thoughts had become fragmented, memories, half-formed images, fleeting whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Everything had begun to blur. The line between what was real and what was part of the house seemed to fade into nothingness. He couldn't tell how long he had been trapped. How much time had passed since the roots had ensnared him, pulling him further into the heart of the house. It felt like an eternity. But there was one thing he knew. He was no longer alone. The whispers, those maddening whispers, grew louder. They filled the void, each one vying for his attention, each one telling him something different. Some were soft and coaxing, others harsh, desperate. Some were just laughter, chilling, hollow laughter that echoed in his mind, sending spikes of terror through his chest. "Welcome to the house." The voice slithered in, its words dripping with dark affection. It was a voice that made Thomas's skin crawl, a voice that seemed to come from every direction at once. He wanted to scream, to fight back, but all he could do was drift in the swirling blackness, powerless. The pain of his body was fading, but in its place, an overwhelming emptiness was consuming him. And then, from the void, there were eyes everywhere. At first, they were just glimmers, tiny pinpricks of light that flickered in the endless dark, but they grew, blossoming from the shadows like stars in a night sky. Eyes in every direction, their shapes and sizes different, some enormous, some tiny, but all glowing with the same cold, unnatural light. They blinked, they moved, they watched. Each pair of eyes seemed to pierce through him, burning into his very soul. The fear that had once consumed him flared up again, tenfold. He could feel the weight of their gaze pressing into his very being. He was seen, and there was nowhere to hide. They've been waiting for you." A voice whispered from the darkness, so close it almost felt like it was inside his skull. "We've all been waiting." Thomas felt the darkness close in, the eyes watching, observing, waiting for him to give in. He could hear their thoughts, twisted, alien thoughts that didn't belong to anything human. They whispered of things far beyond his understanding, of things older than anything he could have imagined. "The house is our home." The words slithered across his mind like snakes, wrapping around his consciousness. Our home. Not just the house. The house was something more. It had a mind. It had a purpose. And now Thomas was a part of it. He was a part of them. The eyes in the void flickered, growing more vivid. Their light bathed the darkness in a pale, unnatural glow. And then they began to move, darting toward him, closing in on him. The world around him began to twist, the air thickening, and the eyes grew closer and closer, until they were all around him, suffocating him in their unblinking gaze. He screamed then, his throat raw and strained from the sound that had been trapped inside for so long. He felt himself begin to convulse, the void pressing against him from all sides. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. The eyes seemed to multiply by the second, filling every inch of the space around him, covering the walls, the ground, the air itself. And then, in the very center of his mind, he heard it, the sound of the roots. Not just their slithering, but their calling. It was as though the house was speaking to him. Not with words, but with a feeling, an ancient, primal emotion that resonated deep within his soul. The roots were not just alive. They were conscious, and they were hungry. "You belong to us now, Thomas." The voice was no longer a whisper. It was a command, an ironclad declaration that seemed to reverberate through the very air. The roots that had once entangled him now felt like they were inside him, twisting and writhing, burrowing deep into his chest. His heart beat erratically as the force of the house surged within him, claiming him piece by piece. "There is no escape," the voice continued, this time accompanied by the soft, eerie sound of the roots growing and twisting, their movements unnatural, almost symphonic. "The house doesn't let go. Not once it has you." Suddenly, the weight of all the eyes pressed down on him, so intense that it felt as though his very being was being drawn apart. The darkness consumed him, and yet, in some bizarre way, he felt present, more alive than he had ever been before, but not in the way he had hoped. He could feel the eyes of the house upon him, and within him. He could feel it, its hunger. And in the middle of that hunger, Thomas realized something. The house wasn't just consuming his body. It wasn't just taking his soul. It was feeding on his curiosity, his desperate need to understand. The house had created this moment, It had chosen him, not just because of his search for answers, but because he had been perfectly suited to fill the void. It had called him. It had drawn him into its maw. And now it was never going to let go. We will always be together now. The voice whispered in his mind again, now soothing, gentle, almost tender in its malice. We are one. Thomas's heart stopped. The eyes blinked, and then they all closed at once. The light faded to black, and then silence. For a moment, the void was still, and Thomas wasn't sure if he still existed, if he still had a body, if he still had anything left. But then he felt something deep within him. The roots were still inside him, still alive. And somewhere, beneath all the layers of terror, beneath the layers of darkness, he could still hear the whispers. The house was speaking to him again. But now it wasn't just the house, it was him too. Welcome home. Thomas awoke, or at least he thought he did. The sensation of waking up was strange, as if he had never truly fallen asleep, as if time itself had ceased to exist. He didn't know where he was, nor how much time had passed since the darkness had enveloped him, swallowing him whole. It could have been seconds or years. But what mattered now was that he was still here, still inside the house, still trapped in its endless grasp. But it was different this time. He could feel it, the weight of the house, the pull of the darkness, as if it had wrapped itself around him, around his very thoughts. He no longer had a sense of where his body began and the house ended. His senses had been completely consumed. His mind, stretched thin, felt like it had been torn apart and remade into something else. Something that was no longer his own. He could feel the roots, deep inside, coiling around his heart, pressing against his ribs, burrowing into his veins. They were everywhere, and he realized, with a cold, creeping sense of dread, that he could hear them. They spoke in their own ancient language, low and murmuring in the back of his mind, wrapping around his thoughts like thick, pulsating vines. The house was alive, and it was now part of him. He was connected to it, tethered by some invisible thread. The whispers, the voices, were no longer just in the walls. They were inside him. You are ours. The voice that echoed through his mind was not the same as before. It was deeper now, more resonant, and it seemed to come from all around him, reverberating through the very air. But there was something else in the voice now. Something familiar. He tried to scream, but no sound came from his mouth. His voice was trapped. A mere echo in the vast emptiness inside him. The darkness around him pressed against his chest, suffocating him, but he could not move, could not fight it. The roots were inside him, pulling him deeper into the house. His skin tingled with the unnatural energy of the place, and his very soul seemed to be fading, being drawn into the depths of the house, consumed piece by piece. Then, just as he thought he might collapse under the pressure, the darkness receded. Not entirely, but enough to allow him to take in his surroundings. He was still in the chamber, but it wasn't the same. The walls were no longer stone. Instead, the entire room was pulsing with life, shifting, changing. It was as if the house itself had become fluid, malleable, like the walls and the floor were breathing in and out with an organic rhythm. And the eyes were still there, everywhere. They blinked in time with the pulse of the room, hundreds of them, thousands, stretching across the walls, the ceiling, the floor. Their faint yellow glow bathed the chamber in an eerie light, casting long, dark shadows that twisted and danced. The eyes were no longer just passive observers. They were aware. They followed him as he moved, tracking his every motion, studying him, waiting for something, waiting for him. The air was thick with the scent of decay, of something long dead but still very much alive. The roots moved beneath him, slithering through the floor, crawling up the walls, their dark tendrils reaching out for him as though beckoning him closer. The house was alive, its hunger insatiable, and it wanted him. Do you feel it? The voice returned, its tone no longer soothing but insistent, demanding. The bond is complete. You are part of this house now, part of its soul, part of its being. He didn't want to believe it. He couldn't believe it. But even as the words echoed in his mind, he felt it. He felt the truth of them deep inside him, at his core. The house had claimed him. His very essence had been absorbed into it. His mind, his soul, his curiosity, it had all been consumed. He had come here seeking answers, but the answers had never mattered. Not to the house. All that had mattered was that he came. The roots pressed deeper into his chest, twisting inside him like an unholy vine, wrapping themselves around his heart. He gasped, the sensation of being both here and not here overwhelming him. It was as if the house were pulling him apart, like an animal devouring its prey piece by piece. His very thoughts were being rewritten, consumed by the house's will. And then the eyes blinked again, faster now, almost like a flash. The house was reacting to something. The ground beneath him trembled, and the air became heavy with anticipation. For a moment, he thought he could hear something distant, coming from deep within the heart of the house, a low, rumbling sound, almost like a heartbeat. No, not just a heartbeat, a call. The house had been waiting for him, but now, it was calling for something else. A door appeared before him. It was made of dark wood, weathered and ancient. Its surface covered in strange symbols that seemed to shift as he stared at them. The symbols were not words, not in any language he could recognize, but they spoke to him. Their meaning was deep, primal, like they were embedded in the very fabric of his being. He could feel their pull, drawing him toward the door. For a brief moment, Thomas hesitated. He had to understand. The need for answers was overwhelming, like an itch that could never be scratched. What was behind the door? What was the house? What had happened to the people who came before him? What had become of them? But even as the questions flooded his mind, he knew the truth. The house didn't care about answers. It cared about consumption. It cared about feeding. And it would keep feeding forever until it had taken everything. With a deep, choking breath, Thomas reached out for the door. The moment his fingers brushed the wood, the world around him shifted again. The room spun violently, the floor giving way beneath him as the walls seemed to melt into darkness. The pulse of the house quickened, like the beating of 1,000 hearts in unison. The roots, the eyes, the darkness, they all closed in on him, consuming him once more. But this time, he wasn't alone. He could hear it now, the sound of hundreds, thousands, maybe more. The sound of people, or what had once been people. Whispers, soft and insistent, murmuring from the walls. And among them, one voice rose above the others. It was familiar. A voice he had heard before. You should have never come here. The voice was Thomas's own. But the words, they weren't his. And then the darkness closed in. Thomas knew, without a doubt, that he was no longer just a part of the house. He had become it. Forever. The abyss swallowed him whole. Not like a single moment of clarity or understanding, but like the slow, inevitable encroachment of a shadow stretching across a sunless sky. Everything around him was gone. The walls, the rooms, the endless halls that had once terrified him. All that was left was the pulsing, ever-hungry heart of the house itself. But Thomas was no longer sure if it was the house that existed or if he had simply become a part of it, an extension of its dark, knowing will. His senses were distorted. What had once been his body no longer felt like his. His hands, his legs, even his chest. He could feel them, but they were no longer flesh. They were something else. Dark tendrils, like roots, coiled and twisted, weaving into the very fabric of his being, stretching deep into his core. He was the house now, and the house was him. He couldn't remember his name. He couldn't remember his life. Was he Thomas Miller? Was he even a man anymore? The more he tried to grasp at these memories, the more they seemed to slip away like sand through his fingers. But there was something in the darkness, in the very pulse of the house, that whispered to him. Voices, soft and distant at first, like an echo from the deepest corners of his mind. They were calling to him, beckoning him into the shadows, urging him deeper into the labyrinth of the house. Come closer. The voice wasn't just one. It was many, all speaking in unison. Their voices a chorus of whispers. They were familiar, so familiar, like a forgotten song that lingered in the back of his mind. The voices were fractured, broke, like they had been calling out for centuries, waiting for him to hear them. Who are you? Thomas, or what was left of him, tried to ask, though the words felt foreign in his mouth. He had no voice. He had no body, and yet the question formed because it had to. He had to know, had to understand what was happening. The voices swelled, filling his mind until they became one, a single voice that pierced through the confusion. We were once like you. The darkness trembled with those words, and an overwhelming sensation surged through Thomas, like he was remembering something long forgotten, something deep within him that had been buried. He had heard that voice before, not just in the house, but in himself. It was as if the house was pulling memories from him, unlocking doors he didn't even know were there. We are the lost ones. The voice continued, its tone shifting between despair and something almost hopeful. We were the curious, the seekers. We came to understand, to conquer what should never have been known. And now, we are part of it, part of the house. For a moment, Thomas could see them, flashes of figures, distorted and broken. People who had once walked the halls of the house. Their faces pale and hollow, their eyes empty, their bodies twisted by the same forces that had claimed him. They moved through the dark, like phantoms, like memories, their bodies fading in and out of existence. They had been there, all of them, the lost souls, the ones who had come seeking answers, just like him, the ones who had been pulled into the house, consumed by it, turned into something else, something that would never leave. Are you me? The thought formed in his mind, even as he felt his body growing weaker, thinner. Was he becoming one of them? Was he now a part of the house, forever? A ghost in the walls, a whisper in the darkness.
Yes.
The voice answered, as if it had read his thoughts. You are part of us now. We are part of the house. But there was something more. A deeper, darker truth that lurked in the shadows, just beyond his reach. But it never ends. The voice turned cold, bitter. Wu came seeking knowledge, seeking answers. But there is no end to the house. There is no escape. The house feeds on us, and we become part of its hunger. Forever. The words hung in the air, and Thomas felt a sickening coldness creep into his very core. The hunger of the house, his hunger, had no limits. It didn't care about time. It didn't care about those who came before, or those who would come after. It consumed. It took. And it would never stop. Is that what you are? Thomas asked, though the question felt hollow in his mouth. Was it possible? Was that what he was becoming? A hunger. A void that would consume everything it touched. The house answered, or perhaps it was just his mind twisting in the dark. We are the hunger. As the realization settled over him, something else began to shift. It started deep within him, a strange trembling at the edges of his consciousness. Something had changed. The hunger was no longer just the house's. It was his too. He could feel it, gnawing, biting, eating at the very essence of who he had been. The roots that stretched through his being began to twist violently, like they were reacting to his thoughts, to his awareness. The house had always been alive, but now Thomas felt it as his own. The hunger inside him grew, unfurling like a black flower in the pit of his stomach, its petals reaching deeper and deeper into his soul. And then, in the back of his mind, he heard the voice again, softer this time, almost a whisper. You will feed. And he understood. It wasn't just the house that needed to feed. It was him, too. The hunger that had claimed him was more than an emptiness. It was an urge, a compulsion, a craving that could never be sated, and he was bound to it. Forever. The dark figures, the lost souls, began to gather around him, their faces twisted with grief, with terror, with something darker. They were him now, just as he was becoming them. They were trapped in the house, just as he was. They would never leave. The house had consumed them all, and in turn, it had shaped them into its own reflection. The air grew thick with their presence, and the walls, those shifting, breathing walls, seemed to pulse in time with their collective heartbeat. They were no longer just victims. They were the house itself. They were the house's hunger. And as they surrounded him, their eyes, those dark, hollow eyes, looked at him with understanding, with resignation. "You are one of us," they whispered in unison, their voices overlapping in a cacophony that echoed in the black void of his mind. Forever. And then the house shifted. The walls seemed to close in on him, but it wasn't fear that gripped him anymore. It was the hunger. The insatiable, gnawing hunger that he had become, that the house had made him. There was no escaping it now. Thomas wasn't just trapped in the house, he had become part of it. And he would feed. Forever, the house had won. The walls were not walls anymore. They weren't just stone and mortar, beams and beams of wood. They were living veins, flowing with the pulse of something ancient, something primal. The very essence of the house was inside him now, and he inside it. He could feel the hunger that lived within every crack of the walls, in every shadow that stretched and grew. Fed by the thirst for something that could never be filled, something that had no end. Thomas didn't know where he ended and the house began. He was both everything and nothing. A part of the house now, as much a prisoner as all the lost souls who had come before him. He could hear their voices, even as he felt himself slipping further away from them. From the world he once knew, but this wasn't a world anymore, was it? It was a prison of endless corridors and shifting walls, of hunger and whispers, of darkness that swallowed every shred of light. He could feel the walls breathing, and with every breath, something deep inside him stirred. It was a restless, knowing feeling. The hunger was inescapable, a part of him now. It was no longer just the house. It was his hunger. The emptiness he had once feared was now part of his essence. Twisting and turning with every thought, every breath, it called to him, a constant reminder of the void that he had become. He wanted to scream, to tear at his own mind, to wake up from this nightmare. But there was no escape. The house was his soul now, and it would never stop. The whispers continued around him, the voices of the lost ones. Forever trapped within the house. They were all here. All the souls that had once been like him, looking for answers, drawn to the house like moths to a flame. Now they were part of the house, too, bound to it for eternity, and the house fed on their fear, their desperation. And it would feed on his, too. Forever. You were chosen. The voice came, distant but close. Familiar but alien. The same voice that had welcomed him, that had whispered him into the depths of the house. It was deep, powerful, and somehow personal. You are ours. The words echoed in his mind like a decree, a sentence that could not be undone. His sense of self fractured more with each passing moment, his thoughts unraveling like threads being pulled by invisible hands. There was no escape. The house had consumed him, and he was now a part of the hunger that sustained it. And in turn, it would feed on him forever. There was no light. There was no warmth. There was only the pulse of the house, the constant breathing, the shifting, the restless, knowing hunger that would never let go. And then something shifted. The air around him began to change. There was a weight to it, as though the house itself had drawn in a long, slow breath, and the walls around him seemed to close in tighter. The temperature dropped suddenly, the air thick with something far darker than before. And then, from the shadows, shadows that stretched and curled like fingers, came a figure. It wasn't human. It wasn't even alive in the way Thomas once understood life. It was a shape, an outline, a thing that shifted and bent, like smoke in the dark, like an idea made flesh. But there was something about it that felt real. Something about it that felt ancient, older than time itself. It stepped toward him, its movement unnervingly fluid, its form never fully taking shape. It was like a half-remembered nightmare, something he could almost understand but never quite grasp. "You are ready." The voice rumbled through him, not with sound, but with sensation, as if it was something that reached deep inside him, through his chest, through his very soul. The figure came closer, and Thomas tried to retreat, but his body, his soul, was already bound to the house. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to run. The figure's form began to solidify, becoming clearer with each step. It was a figure of shadow, a thing of darkness, but in its center, there was something human. Something that had once been alive. Its eyes glowed, and Thomas could feel them on him, burning into him. They were filled with the same hollow emptiness he had seen before, the same emptiness that had claimed him. The same emptiness that was now his. "You will be the next." The words pierced his mind, and in that instant, Thomas understood. The house didn't just consume. It didn't just take. It replaced. It shaped its victims into new things, into new shapes, into new forms, into new parts of itself. Thomas had become part of the house, yes. But this was the final step. The figure reached out a hand. Its fingers were long, elongated, made of the same shifting darkness that filled the air around him. They seemed to move unnaturally, bending in ways that felt wrong, that felt like they weren't supposed to be real. And then, just as its fingers brushed his skin, everything went still. The darkness pulled around him, suffocating him, swallowing him whole. He could feel himself being pulled into it, his body melting into the shadow, his thoughts slipping further and further away. And then, in the deepest pit of the darkness, he saw it. The house, not as a structure, but as a presence, an entity, a thing that stretched beyond the limits of reality itself. It was not just alive. It was conscious. It was a living being, a force that had been here long before Thomas had ever arrived, and it would exist long after his existence was forgotten. Thomas was no longer Thomas. He was part of it, part of the house. And then, in the cold, suffocating blackness, Thomas felt something else. He understood. This was not a prison. It wasn't even a home. This was a feast. And the house would never stop eating. The void swallowed him whole, and he became a part of the infinite hunger, the eternal darkness. And he was never, ever going to leave. Time no longer held meaning. What had once been a ticking clock, marking moments with its steady rhythm, now felt like a distant memory, a vague idea from a life long forgotten. The endless corridors of the house stretched infinitely, their walls pulsating with life, their floors shifting like a living organism. Thomas was no longer sure if he was walking through it, or if the house was walking through him. He had become one with it, a hollow vessel for its insatiable hunger. He had ceased to be an individual. He was now part of something far greater, far darker. At times, fragments of his past would flicker to the surface of his consciousness like fleeting memories of a dream he could never quite remember. Faces, names, moments. But they were distant, like something lost in the vast, endless expanse of the house. They were no longer his memories. They were just echoes, faint whispers, like remnants of a soul that had been swallowed whole. The house was not just a place. It was an entity, a thing that stretched across dimensions, devouring all who came near it. And it was never alone. He wasn't the only one inside. No, there were others who had come before him, others who had been consumed, changed, twisted into the very walls of the house. The walls whispered to him, not with words but with feelings, images, sensations, emotions. It wasn't just the house that he could hear. It was the souls, the remnants of those who had been trapped here, bound to the house, to its hunger. He could hear their voices in the walls, in the very bones of the place. They were silent, but their presence was undeniable. He could feel them watching, waiting. The house had claimed them, just as it had claimed him. And now they were a part of it, feeding its insatiable need, its unyielding desire to consume. "You are one of us." The voice echoed in his mind again, the familiar voice that seemed to come from every direction, from every corner of his consciousness. It was the voice of the house, of the entity that had brought him here. And Thomas understood. He was not alone. He was never alone. They were all here. But where were they? He had heard their whispers before, but now there was no sound. The house had fallen into an oppressive silence, and for the first time since his transformation, Thomas felt a strange sense of isolation, a deep, hollow emptiness that gnawed at his very core. The hunger was not just for flesh, it was for presence, for connection, for attention. It wanted to be seen, to be acknowledged, to be known. But in this silence, he felt disconnected, like a shadow in the dark, unnoticed, unimportant. Then came the eyes. They weren't new. They had always been there, in the corners of his vision, watching, waiting. But now they were more intense. The walls, the floors, the ceilings, they all seemed to be made of eyes. Hundreds, thousands of them, blinking, staring, all trained on him. Their gaze was unnerving, yet comforting in its familiarity. "We have been waiting." The voice was different now. It was softer, quieter, like a lullaby sung by something far older than time. The presence of the eyes grew heavier, suffocating him. "We have watched you, all of you, come and go. But you were different. You stayed." Thomas felt his chest tighten. The words pierced him like a needle, sharp and cold. They weren't just speaking to him. They were speaking to him, and everyone who had ever wandered into the house, the countless souls who had been devoured by it. But there was something else in their words, something that made him pause, something that was both unsettling and familiar. "You will be the one to guide them." Thomas recoiled as the voice hit him like a physical blow, deep in his chest. Guide. The house had taken him. It had consumed him. And now it wanted him to do what? He wasn't a leader. He wasn't anything. He was just part of the hunger now. Yet the voices, the eyes, the house itself, refused to let him go. The pulse of the house was rhythmic, like the beating of a heart. It thudded in his chest, echoing through his body as though his own heartbeat had synchronized with it. The hunger within him surged once more, stronger than before, but now it felt different. It wasn't just a craving, it was a need. The house wasn't just feeding, it was growing, and it was waiting for him to feed it. "We will be complete again," the voice whispered in the stillness, "and you will show them the way." The weight of those words pressed down on him, suffocating him. He wanted to scream, to shout, but there was no sound, no escape. He was inside the house, and the house was inside him. He was both its prisoner and its puppet. The hunger grew, becoming unbearable. It gnawed at him from the inside, making every thought, every movement feel like a struggle. It wasn't just hunger for food. It was hunger for something else, something deeper. And then, as the walls closed in around him, as the eyes grew brighter, something shifted inside him. The darkness, which had once felt like an abyss, now felt like a doorway. The hunger became purposeful. He wasn't just a part of the house anymore. He had become a part of something else. A cycle that stretched back into eternity, something that had always existed. And now, he understood what the house wanted. It didn't want to consume him just yet. It wanted him to guide others, newcomers, the curious ones, into its maw, to bring them to the house's waiting darkness, to add them to the unending cycle of consumption. He was the new vessel, the new guide. The house had changed him. transformed him into something that could bring the next wave of lost souls into its unyielding embrace. His thoughts blurred, fading into something new, something born of hunger, born of need. The walls seemed to ripple, the eyes growing ever brighter, calling to the next. The hunger had always been there, but now it was a purpose. And the house would never stop, not until it had taken everything, and Thomas would guide it, forever. The walls began to shift again, moving like liquid, the endless corridors stretching outward, waiting. The hunger surged inside him, as the first whispers of the new souls reached the threshold of the house. And Thomas, now its servant, stepped forward to meet them, forever. Time, if it could still be called time, stretched endlessly within the house. The very concept of moments, hours, or days had become a distant echo, lost in the infinite corridors that wound and twisted through the house. Every space felt the same, endless, suffocating, an eternal labyrinth designed for no other purpose but to feed. The house itself was like a living, breathing organism stretching across dimensions that Thomas could barely comprehend. It existed in places no human mind could hope to fathom. But now, it was his reality. The house had consumed him, reshaped him, and now, he was both a part of it and an extension of its hunger. Yet, in the deepest recesses of his mind, he still felt the faintest echo of what he once was. A flicker of recognition, like the last embers of a dying fire, struggling to stay alive in the overwhelming darkness. He was no longer the man who had stepped into this place. He had become something else entirely. A creature of the house, a servant of its endless, unyielding desire. His senses were no longer his own. The house had taken them. He could feel it, its presence in every creaking floorboard, every shifting wall. The very air around him thrummed with an energy that wasn't entirely his, but it was part of him now. The hunger that had once been an alien feeling was now familiar, painfully so. It gnawed at him from within, a constant, insistent pull, demanding to be fed. It wasn't just the house that was hungry anymore. It was him too. And now, he had a role to play. The others had always been here, trapped within the walls, lost souls who had been consumed by the house, their essence twisted into the very fabric of the place. But now, as Thomas felt the hunger surge through him, as he stood in the heart of the house, he could sense something new. Something growing, something pulling him forward, deeper into the darkness, the next wave. Thomas could feel them even before they arrived. The new ones. The curious souls who were drawn to the house, who would, inevitably, come looking for answers. The house needed them, as it had needed him, and now it had chosen him to guide them. He had become the keeper of the threshold, the one who would lead them into the house. Just as he had been led, the whispers in the walls grew louder, more insistent. They were the voices of the lost ones, the ones who had already become part of the house. They spoke to him now, not with words, but with feelings, emotions that swirled around him like thick smoke, drowning him in their hunger. They are coming. The voices hummed in unison, their tone sweet with anticipation. They are yours to claim, Thomas. Guide them to us. The house itself seemed to shift around him, its walls stretching and bending like tendrils of darkness, reaching out, feeling for the newcomers. The hunger inside him surged again, stronger this time, as though the house itself was feeding on his need to consume. He could feel it growing, the power, the desire. The house had chosen him for this task, and in doing so, it had made him its emissary, its vessel. He was the one who would bring the new souls into the fold. He stepped forward, drawn toward the deepest heart of the house, where the pulse of its hunger was the strongest. As he walked, the walls seemed to guide him, their presence an overwhelming force that urged him onward. He didn't know how long he walked, or how many times he had passed the same doorways, the same hallways. The house had no sense of time. It was endless, a maze that wound on forever. a place that existed outside of the linear constraints of human understanding. But he could feel them now, the newcomers. Their presence, faint at first, became clearer, more distinct. He could hear their voices now, carried on the wind that whispered through the corridors. Their fear, their curiosity, their desperation. It was all there. The house could sense them, just as Thomas could. The house was hungry, but more than that, it was waiting. It had been waiting for them. The air grew thick with tension. The walls groaned. The floor trembled beneath his feet, as if the house itself was preparing to devour them. The house needed them. The hunger was a gnawing, painful thing that pressed in on him from all sides, urging him forward. "They are close, Thomas." The voices whispered again, and this time they were stronger, more insistent. "You must bring them. You must guide them here. It is your purpose." The new souls were almost here, and Thomas felt the overwhelming pull to lead them, to guide them into the house, just as he had once been led. He was not afraid. The fear had long since faded, replaced by something deeper, something that ran through his very being. It was need. It was hunger. The house had made him a part of it, and now he understood its purpose. The house would consume them, just as it had consumed him, and he would be the one to bring them into its maw. And then, from the shadows, he saw them. At first, they were just figures, silhouettes barely visible in the gloom. But as they stepped into the light, Thomas saw them clearly. They were people, just like he had once been, living. They were unaware, stumbling forward with naive curiosity, their eyes wide with wonder, with uncertainty. They were the ones who had heard the whispers, the ones who had come searching for answers. And now they were here, at the heart of the house. They were his. The house had made him its guide, its emissary. He was the one who would lead them to their end. The hunger inside him surged with an overwhelming force. His chest tightened, his pulse quickened. The air was thick with anticipation, and the walls seemed to breathe with him. The newcomers were close now, their faces stricken with a mixture of awe and fear as they took in the labyrinthine halls, the shifting walls. They did not know what awaited them. They did not understand the hunger that lived in the house, but Thomas did. And it was his job to lead them deeper into the very heart of the darkness. As they drew closer, Thomas stepped forward, his limbs moving without thought, without hesitation. He felt the house guiding him, pulling him, urging him to do what it had made him to do. His eyes met theirs, and in that moment he saw the same curiosity, the same need, the same desperate desire for answers that he had once had. He saw himself in them, before he had been consumed. But now he wasn't one of them anymore. He wasn't a seeker. He was the guide. He was the one who would lead them into the darkness. "Come with me." His voice echoed through the hallways, though it didn't sound like his own. It sounded like the voice of the house. A deep, resonant command. The newcomers hesitated, unsure of the path before them, their eyes darting to the endless shadows that stretched before them. But Thomas stepped forward, urging them on, his body moving without will, driven by the hunger that had taken over him. They followed, and with each step the walls seemed to grow tighter, the air colder, the shadows darker. They were being drawn deeper, into the very heart of the house, and Thomas was there to lead them, to feed them to the house. The hunger inside him intensified. The house was waiting. It always was. The walls pulsed with anticipation as Thomas led the newcomers deeper into the house. The darkness around them closed in like a curtain, and in that final, suffocating moment, they were swallowed whole. The air was thick. A biting chill clung to the bones, as if the house itself exhaled a cold breath, ancient, hungry, and alive. The floor beneath Thomas's feet shifted subtly, as if it were reacting to the presence of the newcomers, drawn to them like a predator sensing prey. The walls, which had once been silent, now groaned softly, the wood and stone creaking as if they too were anticipating what was to come. and in the shadows the eyes blinked, watchful, unblinking, always waiting. Thomas felt the hunger inside him rise like a tidal wave, surging through his veins, pulsing in time with the walls. It was not a hunger he could fight. It was not a hunger he could ignore. It was part of him now, a living, breathing entity that thrummed through him, urging him forward. And before him, the new souls walked, unaware of the inevitable fate that awaited them. They had come looking for answers. Curiosity had driven them here. But now, the hunger in Thomas told him a different truth. There were no answers here. Only the feast, and he was the one to serve it. The newcomers moved cautiously, their eyes flickering nervously as the walls of the house seemed to shift, bend, and twist around them. Each corner they turned only led them deeper into the labyrinth. They could sense the oppressive weight of the house now. They could feel it too. The way the air seemed to press down on them, thick with an unamiable presence. But they did not turn back. They could not. It was too late. Thomas moved ahead of them, guiding them with a sense of purpose. His movements were mechanical now, instinctive, as if the hunger within him was driving him forward, as if the house itself were compelling him to lead them further into its maw. His hand, long since transformed into something that was no longer human, reached out toward the next door. It opened with a heavy groan, revealing the next chamber. A vast, dark space that stretched far beyond what the eye could see. The newcomers hesitated at the threshold, their breaths shallow, their wide eyes darting between Thomas and the unseen darkness beyond. Fear had begun to sink in, and it was a fear so pure, so raw, that it reverberated in the air like the low hum of an impending storm. They could feel the presence of the house, the power of it, the weight of something ancient and terrible. They knew they should turn back. They knew they should run. But their feet stayed glued to the floor. Thomas's voice, deeper now, resonated with the ancient pulse of the house. Come, it is time. His words, though spoken softly, carried the weight of inevitability. The hunger wrapped around his words like a coil, urging them forward. They had no choice. His voice had power, and they obeyed. One by one, they stepped into the dark chamber, drawn by the promise of discovery of answers. They were blind to the truth that the house had no answers. It only had hunger. It only had them. As they crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind them, the sound echoing through the room like a death knell. The newcomers froze, their eyes wide with panic now. The darkness around them seemed to pulse with a life of its own, and in the far distance, they could hear it. The low, resonating hum of the house, deep in its bones. They turned in circles, trying to find the exit, but there was no way out. The walls shifted again. The air grew colder, and then the darkness parted. Before them stood a massive figure, its form obscured by the shifting shadows, but its presence was undeniable. It was tall, monstrous in size, its silhouette looming in the gloom. It was a figure of dread, of terror, a thing born of darkness and hunger, and Thomas felt it deep inside him, just as the newcomers did. This was no ordinary presence. This was something far worse than anything they had imagined. It was the house itself. Welcome. The voice was deep, a growl that reverberated through the chamber like a tremor in the earth. It was a voice that was both inside and outside of Thomas. It was the house speaking, but it was also him. The voice was a bond, a link between them. It was the hunger that lived in every inch of the place, every crack in the walls, every twisted root that grew from its depths. The newcomers gasped, some backing away in terror, their faces pale as they realized that there was no escape. But it was too late. They had already entered the heart of the house. There was no turning back now. We have been waiting. The voice rumbled, its words sending a shiver down their spines. The house is hungry, and you are its feast. The air grew heavier, thick with an oppressive energy. The ground beneath them trembled, and the shadows seemed to close in, squeezing tighter and tighter. The newcomers tried to scream, tried to run, but the very walls seemed to bend toward them, trapping them in place. The hunger inside Thomas surged, but he was no longer an individual. He was a servant of the house now, a vessel for its endless need, and he could feel it. The hunger wanted them, it needed them, and he would deliver them to it. Thomas stepped forward, his body moving of its own accord. The hunger was stronger than any will he had left. It was like a storm in his veins, a storm that would never cease. And as he moved closer to the newcomers, they saw it, the change. His eyes were no longer human. His skin, stretched thin over his bones, had become something darker, something alien. He wasn't Thomas anymore. He was a part of the house, a piece of the void, and now it was his job to bring the new souls into its waiting maw. Come. His voice, though still his own, was now layered with the deep resonance of the house. It was not just his voice. It was the voice of the house, the one that had claimed him. He was the guide. He was the bridge between the house and the new souls. They were here to feed it, and they would. The newcomers recoiled in fear, their backs pressed against the walls. But there was nowhere to go. They were trapped in this chamber, in the very heart of the house. The air was thick with dread, and the shadows seemed to move, reaching for them, pulling them into the depths. And then, the figure in the darkness stepped forward, its monstrous form revealing itself fully. It was the embodiment of the house's hunger, a creature born of the void, of the endless need that fed the house. It was the true heart of the house, the thing that had waited for them. It reached out with long, clawed hands. The newcomer screamed, and Thomas, his heart still beating but now filled with the house's will, stepped aside. The feast had begun. The house devoured them, piece by piece. The walls closed in and the chamber fell silent, and the hunger was sated for now. But the house would never stop. It never did, and Thomas, now fully consumed by its will, would lead the next ones, forever. The silence in the chamber was deafening, almost suffocating. The walls, once again still, seemed to pulse with a low, rhythmic thrum, as though the house itself was breathing, its hunger momentarily sated, but never truly satisfied. The shadows that had engulfed the newcomers were now still, settling into the walls, the floors, the very bones of the house. The feast had been completed, but the cycle, as Thomas had come to understand, was never truly over. Thomas stood at the center of the chamber. His body, now fully reshaped into something that was no longer human, pulsating with the aftereffects of the feast. The hunger, that gnawing emptiness that had once been just a part of him, now filled every inch of his being. He could feel it surging in his veins, an endless, insatiable need to consume, to feed. But it wasn't just hunger for flesh. It was a hunger for presence, for life, for souls. The house had taken him, and in return, it had made him its servant, its guide. He was no longer Thomas Miller. He had become the house, and the house had become him. The walls creaked. A low rumble echoed through the dark corridors of the house. Something shifted, stirred deep within the house's core. The hunger was not gone. It was merely paused. Thomas, or what was left of him, could feel it. The house was calling. It was waiting. There would be more. There would always be more. The eyes in the walls blinked slowly, as if awakening from a long slumber, their yellow glow flickering faintly in the gloom. They were watching him now. They had always watched him. But now they seemed to wait for something. The house was never content to simply exist. It needed more. It needed them. And there would always be more. The whispers filled the air again. But this time they weren't the voices of the lost souls. They were his own thoughts, distorted by the hunger, warped into something darker. The voice of the house echoed in his mind, deep and resonant, pulling him further into its grasp. You are the keeper now, Thomas. You will bring them. You will guide them to us. Thomas? No. The house, could feel the weight of the words settle over him like a shroud. This was his new purpose, his new existence. He had become the vessel, the servant of the house's insatiable need. His body no longer felt like his own, but it was more than that. He was no longer just an individual. He was part of something larger, something that stretched beyond the limits of the physical world. The house wanted him to bring others like the newcomers, those who sought answers, those who were driven by curiosity, by greed, by desperation. They would come. They always did. They would be drawn to the house just as he had been, just as all the others had been before him. And they would become part of the hunger. They would feed the endless cycle. The house would never stop feeding, and neither would he. As the days blurred into one another, the house seemed to grow restless, its walls shifting and contorting in strange, subtle ways. It was always waiting, always watching, always hungry. And Thomas, as its new guide, felt the weight of that hunger pressing down on him, urging him forward. He moved through the corridors, feeling the darkness wrap around him, filling every space with the scent of decay, of forgotten souls, of hunger. And then it happened. A sound, distant at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. It was faint at first, like the rustle of wind through trees, but it grew. A murmur, a whisper, a voice carried on the air. Thomas froze. His body stiffened, his senses heightened. It was the call. The house had sensed them, the new ones. The next wave. He turned and moved toward the source of the sound, his body moving on its own, driven by a compulsion stronger than his will. He could feel it now, the pull of the house, drawing him forward, guiding him to the place where the newcomers would cross the threshold. Just as he had, they were coming. As he walked, the house seemed to shift around him. The walls bent and warped, the shadows deepened. The very air vibrated with the presence of the newcomers. Their fear, their confusion, their desire for answers, they all mixed with the hunger inside him, amplifying it, making it burn brighter. The eyes in the walls watched, blinking slowly, as if acknowledging his approach. Their gaze was unblinking, unyielding. They saw everything, and they saw him. Changed, now a part of the house itself. His transformation had been complete. He had crossed the threshold, and now he was the one to bring others through it. Ahead of him, the doorway appeared. It was as if the house had opened itself up to him. The threshold appearing as a doorway into the unknown, into the heart of the house. The newcomers were close now, and the house was waiting for them. Thomas stepped forward, his steps slow and deliberate. The air around him felt thicker now, more oppressive. It was as if the house itself was preparing to devour them. And he was the one who would lead them in. The door creaked open with a slow groan, revealing the darkness within. It was as if the house itself was inviting them in, its maw wide open, ready to consume. Thomas could feel the hunger surge within him. He had a purpose. This was his calling, his task. The newcomers were standing just outside, their eyes wide with fear. They had been drawn to the house, and now they had come to the threshold. They were unaware, but they would soon learn. The house would claim them, just as it had claimed him. He could hear their voices now, soft murmurs of uncertainty. They were unsure. They could sense something was wrong. They could feel the pull of the house, but they did not yet understand the darkness that awaited them. They were still, for the moment, free. But not for long. Thomas's voice, now deep, resonant, almost unnatural, echoed through the chamber. Come. It was a simple command, but it carried the weight of the house behind it. It was a voice that had power. It was a voice that had been shaped by hunger, and the newcomers obeyed. They stepped forward, drawn by a force they could not comprehend. They crossed the threshold into the house, into the dark chamber that awaited them. They were the next. The feast was beginning again. The door slammed shut behind them, and Thomas, standing at the heart of the house, felt the hunger inside him grow, surge, feed. The cycle had begun once more, and it would never end. The door closed with a finality that echoed throughout the house, a sound that seemed to resonate from the deepest reaches of the labyrinth. The newcomers had crossed the threshold, just as Thomas had done before them. They were now a part of the house, and the house was a part of them. Thomas stood at the center of the chamber, watching as the shadows stretched around him, eager to claim what had been offered. The hunger, which had once been a gnawing emptiness, was now a living, breathing force inside him. It had grown, expanded, fed by the arrival of the new souls. The walls of the house trembled, vibrating with the power of their fear, their confusion, their unwillingness to accept the truth. They were still unaware, still lost in the dark corridors that led deeper into the house. They would soon learn the truth, just as Thomas had, and yet, even as he felt the pull of the house, the urge to consume, to feed, there was something else, something deep within him that began to stir. It was faint at first, like the distant sound of a forgotten memory, a whisper that tugged at the edges of his consciousness. The hunger, overwhelming and constant, was still there, but this other feeling, it was different. It was a feeling that had been buried long ago, when Thomas had still been human. Fear. It was a fleeting sensation, a mere flicker of a thought. But as the newcomers wandered through the house, drawn deeper into its labyrinthine halls, the fear within Thomas began to grow. It wasn't fear of the house, not anymore. It was fear of something else, fear of what he had become, fear of what he was doing, fear of the unrelenting cycle of consumption that would never cease. The whispers, once familiar and comforting in their constant hum, now seemed more distant, more disjointed. The house was calling to him, but the voice no longer sounded the same. It was weaker. The hunger was still there, but now, in the silence that followed the feast, Thomas felt something more profound, a sense of emptiness, not just inside him, but within the house itself. The darkness that had once felt like a blanket, warm and encompassing, now felt oppressive. The walls, still alive with the rhythm of the house's breath, seemed to stretch and bend around him as if they were closing in. He could feel it. Feel the house changing, warping, shifting. It wasn't the same as it had been before. It wasn't just hungry anymore. It was restless, uncertain. You have brought them here. The voice of the house rumbled in his mind, thick and deep. It was not the voice he had once known. It was different now, distant, as if it were struggling to speak. But it is not enough. The words echoed through him, through the house, but they left a bitter taste in his mouth. The hunger that had consumed him was no longer enough to satisfy the insatiable need of the house. It had taken him, transformed him, reshaped him into its servant. But even now, even with the new souls drawn into its depths, the house was still hungry. The walls seemed to groan in response, as though the very bones of the house were protesting. Thomas could feel the vibrations running through his body, as though the house itself were quaking, disturbed by something deep inside. Something was wrong. The newcomers had not yet succumbed to the hunger. They were still alive, still struggling against the pull, their fear growing with each passing moment. They were trying to find their way out, trying to fight the suffocating grasp of the house, but it was futile. There was no escape, not from the house, not from him, but something had changed. He could feel it, deep in his bones. It wasn't just the hunger. It was the house itself. The very force that had drawn him here, that had consumed him, now seemed to be struggling. It was as if the cycle that had once been so unyielding, so predictable, had started to unravel. The hunger inside him, once a constant, unrelenting presence, now felt strange. It was still there, but it was quieter, muted, as though something had shifted. The walls groaned again, the house itself seeming to grow restless, its pulse erratic, like a heartbeat that had suddenly faltered. You have brought them here. The voice repeated, louder this time, its tone more insistent. But it is not enough. We need more. We need them all. Thomas closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the house pressing down on him, suffocating him, trying to pull him deeper into the darkness. The walls seemed to close in on him, and the eyes in the shadows blinked slowly, unblinking, all-seeing. And then, in the deepest recesses of his mind, he understood. The house was not just hungry. It was desperate. It had fed, yes, but it had not consumed fully. The cycle, which had been unbroken for so long, had begun to crack. The hunger, insatiable as it was not enough to sustain it. The house needed something more. It needed the complete consumption of the souls who entered it. And it needed Thomas to make it happen. Thomas had become the servant, the guide. But he was also something else now. He was the key. He had not just led the newcomers into the house. He had unlocked something ancient, something more, in the house itself. The hunger that had once been insatiable was now reaching beyond him. It was reaching into the very fabric of the house, unraveling it. But Thomas, who had once been human, still remembered. And as the weight of the house's demands pressed against him, a flicker of defiance ignited deep inside him. He had become a part of the house, yes. But he was also still a part of what had once been his world. And though the house wanted him to guide them, to lead them into the abyss, something stirred inside him, something that had been lost but was now fighting to return. The hunger was still there. But this time, it was different. It was no longer just about feeding the house. It was about something else. And for the first time since his transformation, Thomas understood that the house might not own him after all. The house had always fed on others, but now it needed him. And Thomas, in the center of the dark labyrinth, standing at the very heart of its hunger, felt the shifting in the walls. The house was unraveling. He had a choice now. He could lead them, guide them deeper into its maw, or he could break the cycle. But breaking the cycle meant something else entirely. Thomas took a slow, steady breath, and for the first time since entering the house, he felt the walls begin to tremble with fear. The house was not the only one who was hungry. The walls groaned in the distance, a low, menacing rumble that sent shivers through Thomas's body. He could feel them, the walls, the house, quaking, almost as if they were alive, filled with dread. Something had shifted. Something had changed. The once insatiable hunger of the house, the unyielding force that had consumed everything in its path, now felt uncertain. It was like a predator, suddenly aware that its prey had turned, that it was no longer the hunter, but the hunted. Thomas had always been its servant. He had guided the lost souls into its maw, as the house had intended. He had followed its commands, the hunger inside him growing with each passing soul, each step deeper into the labyrinth. But now, there was a voice inside him. His voice, not the voice of the house, that began to fight back against the overwhelming tide of hunger. It was faint, at first, a whisper, like a memory he could barely grasp. But as the house's tremors grew stronger, that voice grew clearer, louder, like a crack in the darkness. It was a voice of defiance, not acceptance. It was the last remnant of the man he had been, the last flicker of humanity still clinging to the edges of his soul. He was still Thomas. But for how long? The newcomers, trapped in the labyrinth of the house, could feel it too. The change. The shift. They no longer walked with the same obliviousness that had brought them to the heart of the house. They had felt it. The oppressive weight of the air, the flickering of the shadows, the rising tension that thickened the very atmosphere. They knew something was wrong. They could hear the groans of the walls, the creaking of the floorboards, the whispers that filled the air with an unnatural cadence. But they couldn't comprehend it. Not yet. Their steps faltered, their eyes wide with the dawning realization that they were not just trapped within the house. They were at its mercy, as he had been. And as they hesitated, Thomas could feel the hunger, the house's hunger, pulsing through him. It wanted them. It needed them. But Thomas, he had other thoughts now. A spark of defiance burned in his chest, hot and painful. The hunger, which had once felt like a compulsion, like a second skin, was now a prison. He had become its instrument, its servant, its tool. But as the walls trembled, as the house seemed to recoil, Thomas began to understand that the hunger wasn't just a force of nature. It was a curse, a cycle that had to be broken. And he was the one who had the power to break it, if only he could understand how. The walls grew more restless. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, as though the house itself were alive and trembling under some unseen pressure. The familiar hum of the house, its constant pulse, felt off like a heartbeat faltering. It was no longer steady, no longer constant. It was shifting. "You are mine." The voice of the house rumbled through his skull, a guttural growl that seemed to shake his bones. It had always been insistent, always sure of itself, but now it sounded desperate, and that was when Thomas realized the truth. The house wasn't invincible. It could be undone. It could be broken. The hunger had always been a part of it, part of its very being. But now, in this moment, Thomas understood that the house's insatiable need was not just a physical force. It was a weakness. It was an endless cycle that had to keep feeding, but in doing so, it had drained itself. The house could never be satisfied, never find true fulfillment. It would always need more, and that was its undoing. The newcomers were close now, standing in the center of the dark chamber, their eyes wide with confusion and fear. They had come seeking answers, but the house had offered none. It had only taken their souls, their lives, their very essence. And now, Thomas knew that he had to make a choice. The house would take them. The hunger would feed on them. But that wasn't what he wanted. It was his choice now, his to make. And the walls, the hunger, the house, all of it, waited for him to act. He could guide them to the feast, just as he had done before. He could open the door and allow the house to consume them, just as it had consumed him. The hunger inside him whispered that it was the only way. It was the only way to feed the house, to quench the ever-growing need. But that wasn't all. There was something more, something deep inside of him, something that hadn't been completely swallowed by the house. And as the house trembled around him, he understood that it was his power, his defiance that could break the cycle. And so, with every ounce of strength left in him, Thomas took a deep breath, his body trembling with the weight of the choice. The hunger inside him burned, but he fought it, pushing back against the pull. The house wanted him to feed it. It wanted him to guide them into its endless maw. But he wasn't a servant anymore. He wasn't the house's puppet. He was free. Thomas raised his arms, reaching toward the air above him, his hands trembling, and as he did, something shifted. The house groaned. Louder this time, as though it had been struck by a sudden force. The walls shuddered, the floor beneath his feet quaked. The air grew heavier, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Thomas felt the hunger within him weaken. The house was shaking. It was faltering, and then the impossible happened. The walls began to crack. Tiny fissures appeared, running like veins across the stone and wood, spider webbing out from every corner, from every inch of the house. The house was breaking. The hunger that had sustained it for so long was fading. The walls creaked and groaned, and the shadowy figures in the corners, the lost souls who had been consumed, flickered, their forms becoming less substantial, like fading echoes. "What have you done?" The voice of the house, once powerful, now trembled with fear, uncertainty. It was no longer the all-knowing force it had once been. It was weak, frightened, struggling to hold itself together. "I've freed myself," Thomas whispered, his voice raw. "And you, too." The walls began to crumble, slowly at first, then faster, like an avalanche gathering speed. The house, the great insatiable beast, began to unravel. And in the space where it had once stood, where it had consumed, there was nothing but darkness. The newcomers, their faces pale with terror, looked up at him, their eyes wide with disbelief. But they no longer feared the house. They could feel it unraveling, feel the weight of the hunger lifting from them. The walls of the house were no longer alive. They were just walls now, stone, wood, and shadow. Thomas took one last look around the crumbling chamber. The house was falling apart, the walls cracking, the floor beneath him splintering. The hunger that had once consumed him and all those before him was gone. The endless cycle was over. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Thomas felt free. The house had been defeated. But even as the walls crumbled around him, he knew, deep down, that the hunger would always be there, lurking. The cycle might be broken for now, but it would never truly end. The house would find new prey, new souls to consume. It always did. And somewhere, deep in the shadows of the world, the hunger would rise again. But for Thomas, that would be a problem for another day, because, for now, he was free. And that was all that mattered. The silence that followed was unlike any Thomas had ever felt. It was not the eerie stillness of the house before its fall. No, this was something different. The air was thick, but there was no oppressive weight to it anymore. There was no pulse, no heartbeat, no omnipresent hunger gnawing at his soul. The walls had crumbled. The house, what remained of it, had turned to dust. No longer did its twisted roots grip the very fabric of reality. No longer did the darkness seep from every crack and crevice. The floor beneath Thomas's feet, once alive with the pulse of the house, now felt hollow, empty. The newcomers, those souls who had stumbled into the house, lost in their quest for answers, for understanding, stood in the remnants of the chamber, their eyes wide, their faces pale. They had been spared, freed by the crumbling of the house. They did not yet understand the full scope of what had just happened. They did not realize how close they had come to being consumed, how close they had come to becoming a part of the hunger. And yet they were free, just as Thomas had been. But Thomas was not the same. He stood alone in the center of the chamber, his body still trembling with the remnants of the transformation that had overtaken him. The hunger that had once consumed him, that had become his purpose, was gone. He could feel it leaving him, as the house crumbled, as it broke apart. The gnawing emptiness that had shaped him for so long, that had driven him to guide others into the darkness, had dissipated. It was no longer a part of him, but what was left, he felt his heart beating in his chest. It was a small, fragile sound now, but it was his. It was human, and that was enough. He wasn't just the house's servant anymore. He wasn't just a puppet to its hunger. He was himself again. Or, at least, he was starting to remember what that meant. Thomas took a step forward, the floor beneath him groaning softly, but no longer in pain. The house was dead. It was no more. The newcomers, still frozen in disbelief, watched him with uncertain eyes, unsure whether to trust him or fear him. After all, he had been the one who had guided them here. He had been the one who had led them into the heart of the house, into its mouth. But now he was different. He had become something else. He had broken the cycle. "You're free," Thomas said softly, his voice ragged but steady. "The house, it's over." The words felt strange on his tongue. It was as though he were still adjusting to the sound of his own voice. The hunger, once all-consuming, was now replaced by an emptiness that had no name. A silence, a void, a relief, maybe, but also something more. The newcomers didn't respond at first. They stood still, as though trying to process the enormity of the situation. Some of them looked around at the ruins of the house, others at Thomas, their expressions a mix of awe, confusion, and, perhaps, gratitude. They had been saved from the house, but they hadn't yet realized the full weight of the situation. One of them, A young woman stepped forward, her eyes wide and wary. Is it really over? The house, it's gone. Thomas nodded, his gaze falling to the remains of the chamber, the dust settling around him. Yes, it's gone. Her eyes softened, and for a moment, Thomas could see something in them. Something familiar. It was the same look he had once had, the look of someone who had wandered too far into the unknown, who had stepped too deeply into the darkness. And yet, here they were, standing in the aftermath in the silence, free. But for Thomas, there was still a question that lingered in the back of his mind. The house was gone, but its remnants still echoed in the dark corners of his thoughts. The hunger that had once been his, that had driven him to serve the house, was now silent. But what did that leave him with? What was left of him, now that the cycle had been broken? He glanced down at his hands. They were still the same, his fingers, long and twisted, the scars of his transformation still visible beneath his skin. He wasn't entirely human anymore. The house had changed him. And though the hunger was gone, the marks it left on him, on his soul, remained. He could still feel the pull, the ache, deep within him. It was like a scar, a wound that had been healed, but never fully closed. The house was gone. But what did that mean for him? He wasn't sure. The silence stretched on until one of the newcomers, a man, spoke. His voice was quiet but firm. What happens now? Thomas looked at him, meeting his eyes for the first time. The man was unsure, his face still drawn with the tension of everything that had happened. But there was something in his voice, a trace of hope, of possibility. Thomas didn't have an answer. He couldn't give them that. I don't know, he admitted, his voice small but steady. I think we have to rebuild. Start over. Maybe. The man nodded slowly, as if considering Thomas's words. The others, too, remained silent, watching him, waiting for something. Anything that might offer them a sense of direction. Thomas felt the weight of their eyes on him, the expectation. But he didn't know what to say. He didn't know what the future held for them, for him. The house was gone. The hunger was gone. And yet, here they were. The new beginning was terrifying. But it was also freeing. Thomas turned toward the ruined walls of the house. The air still hummed with the last vestiges of its power, its hunger. But now it felt empty, unfulfilled, like a memory that had faded. He could still hear the faint echoes of the lost souls, but they were fading too. The house had consumed them. It had consumed everything, and now it was gone. For the first time in what felt like forever, Thomas stood in the silence of the aftermath. The weight of the house's presence, of its endless hunger, had finally lifted. The power was gone. The cycle was over. And for the first time, he was free. The newcomers were still there, their faces uncertain, but there was a sense of hope in their eyes. They were free too. They had survived. They had made it out of the house. And now, they would have to find their own way. Just like him. Thomas took one last look at the remnants of the house, the ashes of what had once been. It was a place of darkness, of hunger. But it was no more. And for the first time, he felt something other than the hunger. He felt something that resembled peace. And as the others began to move away, toward the exit, toward the unknown, Thomas stayed behind for a moment longer. He didn't know what the future held. But for the first time in his life, he didn't need to. The house was gone. And the cycle was finally broken. He was free. The remnants of the house lay still around him, the very air seeming to settle like dust in the empty space. Thomas felt the weight of the silence pressing against his ears. The house had always been alive, always pulsing with the rhythm of hunger, the energy of the trapped souls that filled its walls. But now there was nothing. The house had fallen silent, like a beating heart that had ceased to exist. It was a strange thing, this silence. It wasn't the kind of silence that brought peace or rest. It was a loud silence. A void. It filled the space around him and around the others, a gap where once there had been life, and now nothing. Thomas stood in the center of what had once been the heart of the house. He could still feel the remnants of its pulse under his skin, like an H that wouldn't fade. It wasn't a part of him anymore, not truly, but it had shaped him, changed him, into something that no longer fit in the world outside these walls. The others, those who had been saved from the house's grip, were now standing at the edge of the room, their eyes darting between Thomas and the ruins of the house. They, too, were uncertain, their faces filled with confusion and awe. They had seen it. They had seen the hunger. They had felt the house's weight. They knew that they had narrowly escaped something far darker, far more dangerous than they could have imagined. But they didn't understand what he had gone through, what he had become. They didn't know the depth of the hunger that had consumed him. The hunger that still lingered in his chest, gnawing at him like a faded memory, a lost piece of himself. Thomas took a deep breath and stepped toward the exit. His feet were light, unnaturally so, considering the weight of what he had endured. The path ahead was unclear, uncertain, but he was free, and freedom, after so long in the grip of the house, felt strange. It felt empty. The others followed him in silence, their steps hesitant, as if they weren't sure whether to trust the air around them, whether it was truly safe, whether they were truly free. As they made their way through the ruins of the house, their eyes flicked toward the crumbling walls, the shattered remnants of the house's once grand structure. "We made it out," the woman spoke, her voice soft, almost reverent. As she glanced back toward the ruins, she seemed to be speaking more to herself than anyone else. "We're free. It's over." Thomas didn't answer her right away. He couldn't. He wasn't sure he believed it himself. In his mind, the house still lingered. The hunger still gnawed at him, even if it was quieter now. It was a faint pulse, a background hum. But it was there, always there. He had no doubt it would never truly leave him. The house had claimed him, had made him part of its endless cycle. And though it was gone, part of it would always remain inside him. The woman turned to face him. Her expression was soft but filled with uncertainty. "What now?" she asked, her eyes searching his face, as if looking for some sort of guidance. Thomas paused. What could he say? He wasn't sure. He was still lost himself. What did it mean to be free when you didn't know who you were anymore? When all you had known was the hunger, the constant need to feed, to guide, to serve the house? "I don't know," he admitted quietly. I don't know what comes next. But I'm not guiding anyone anymore." The others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Thomas could see the weight of the house's influence still lingering in their eyes. They had seen it. They had felt it. It would not be easy for them to forget. Maybe that's enough for now. The man who had spoken earlier said, his voice firm yet gentle, "Maybe for now, we just figure out how to live again." The words hung in the air for a moment, and Thomas realized how true they were. He didn't have to have all the answers. He didn't have to know exactly what would happen next. They were free, and that, for the moment, was enough. The woman nodded slowly. "I guess we go. We find somewhere. Start over." The others, still unsure, began to gather their bearings, their eyes still flitting nervously to the wreckage around them. The ruins of the house stood as a reminder of everything they had survived, but also as a reminder of what they had left behind. And in that moment, Thomas knew that the only thing left for them to do was to leave. They had to leave the house, what was left of it, and try to find something beyond it, something that could give them back the lives they had lost. Thomas took one last look around at the shattered remnants of the house. The hunger, the walls, the voices, everything that had once defined him, was gone. For the first time in what felt like forever, he could breathe freely. But there was something else. something that still haunted him, even now. Freedom was not the absence of hunger. It was the presence of choice. And Thomas had only just begun to understand what that meant. As the group moved toward the exit, Thomas stood still for a moment longer. He had been part of something much larger than himself. He had been shaped by the house's insatiable hunger. And now, in its absence, he was left with the ruins of his own soul. But there was still time. There was still space to become something else. The others had left. They were moving toward the light that filtered through the broken walls. Thomas turned away from the house, stepping into the unknown, unsure of where his journey would lead. The air outside was cold, but it was clean, fresh, and it felt different. For the first time in a long time, he felt like he was walking forward, not being dragged, not being pulled. He was making his own way, free of the hunger, free of the cycle. And though the darkness of the house would always haunt him, he knew that he would not return. He would not go back into the walls, not this time. For the first time, he understood that he wasn't the house's servant anymore. He was Thomas again, and that was enough. For now, the cold air outside the house was sharp, a bitter reminder of the world that existed beyond the crumbling walls of the house. Thomas took a deep breath, feeling the crisp air fill his lungs. It was different from the thick, suffocating atmosphere that had always surrounded him inside the house. The weight of the hunger, the oppressive pull of the house, it was gone. For the first time in what felt like forever, he was truly free. But freedom felt unfamiliar. The emptiness that lingered inside him was not just the absence of hunger, it was a void. The house had been his world, his purpose, for so long, and now, standing in the open air, looking at the barren landscape before him, he felt a sense of disorientation. The others had moved ahead, not waiting for him to catch up. They were walking in the direction of a small village in the distance. The last remnants of the town they had passed on their way to the house. The woman who had spoken earlier, along with the others, was still uncertain, but they were moving forward. They had a sense of direction, even if it was not clear to Thomas. He followed behind them, his footsteps slow, deliberate. Every step was heavy with the knowledge that he was walking into the unknown. What did life look like beyond the house? What would it feel like to live without the hunger? Without the constant compulsion to serve the house? Could he find peace? Or was there more to the hunger than he had ever realized? He glanced back at the ruins of the house, it just visible on the horizon. It was a silhouette against the fading light, a shadow that seemed to stretch longer as the sun dipped lower. The house was no longer just a building. It had become a part of him, a part of his very being. And though it was gone, its influence still lingered in the edges of his mind, in the faint echo of the hunger that still clung to him. But he was free. For the first time, he understood that freedom was not the absence of the house. It was the ability to walk away from it, to choose something else. The house had tried to claim him, to shape him into a servant of its endless hunger, but he had fought back. He had broken the cycle. Now he was left to rebuild, to find his way again. As they approached the village, the landscape began to change. The barren, desolate land gave way to fields of green, rolling hills in the distance. The sounds of nature, birds singing, wind rustling through the trees, were foreign to him. He had forgotten what it felt like to hear such sounds, to be surrounded by the simplicity of life. The village came into view, small and quiet, nestled at the base of a hill. It looked ordinary, peaceful even. People moved about in the distance, working in the fields, gathering firewood, living their simple, unassuming lives. They had no idea what had happened in the house, no idea of the horrors that had once existed just beyond the walls they now called home. But for Thomas, it was a stark contrast to the life he had known. It was normal. And for the first time, he wasn't sure if that was a blessing or a curse. The woman turned to look at him as they approached the edge of the village. Her face was still uncertain, but there was something in her eyes, a flicker of understanding, perhaps. She spoke quietly, almost hesitantly. "Do you think they'll ever come looking for us? For those of us who got out?" Her voice was filled with a quiet anxiety, the weight of everything they had endured still heavy on her shoulders. Thomas thought for a moment before answering. "They might." His voice was hoarse, still adjusting to the air outside the house. "But it's over now. We're free. The house is gone. But it won't stop, will it?" she asked, her gaze drifting back toward the ruins, where the house no longer stood. "It won't ever really end, will it?" Thomas opened his mouth to answer, but then he paused. He thought about the hunger, the way it had gnawed at him, consuming him from the inside out, the way it had driven him to lead others into its depths. And now, standing on the edge of this small village, the world suddenly felt vast and yet small at the same time. The house was gone, the hunger was gone, but he was left with something that was harder to face. "I don't know," he finally said, his voice quiet. "But I'm not going back. It's done." The woman nodded slowly, her eyes distant. "I'm glad. I think we all are." And with that, the group moved forward, entering the village together, leaving the memories of the house behind. The streets were narrow and quiet, the houses small but sturdy. The people here seemed content, their lives simple. It was a far cry from the twisting corridors and endless darkness of the house. As they walked, Thomas couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. The house, for all its darkness, had been his purpose. It had been his world. But now, in its absence, he was left with something new, freedom. And freedom was both a gift and a burden. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the village, Thomas couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, lurking in the edges of his mind. The hunger, though quieter, still gnawed at him. And as the village grew closer, he realized that the world beyond the house was not without its own darkness. But for now, it was enough. For now, he was free. And that was all that mattered. As the group settled into the village, Thomas found himself at a crossroads. He didn't know what the future held, but he did know one thing. The house was gone. And with its death, he was given a chance to rediscover who he was, to find his place in a world that was far different from the one he had left behind. But in the distance, something whispered. The hunger was gone for now, but it wasn't truly over. And somewhere in the silence, deep within the remnants of his soul, Thomas knew the truth. The house would always find a way back. Weeks passed in the small village. The days were quiet, filled with simple routines. The work was honest, the people kind, and the air clean, fresh. It was everything Thomas had never experienced inside the house. It was what he had dreamed of when he first broke free from the darkness of the house's walls. A chance at a normal life. A life where hunger didn't define him, where he wasn't bound to the will of a ravenous force that consumed everything in its path. He worked in the fields, tending to the crops, learning the ways of the villagers, making himself useful. The others, those who had escaped with him, were adapting too. They, too, found their own places in this quiet world. They had been freed, and though they bore the marks of their time in the house, the weight of the past was something they were all still learning to carry. Thomas tried to forget. He tried to bury the memories of the house. The twisting corridors, the endless hunger, the souls he had led to their doom. He tried to drown out the gnawing feeling deep within him, the sense that something was wrong. Something was wrong, but for now, it remained buried under the quiet surface of his new life. For a time, the hunger seemed to fade. It was a gentle pull, a soft tug at the back of his mind. But he had learned to push it away, to ignore it, to remind himself that it was no longer a part of him. But it never quite went away. One evening, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the village in soft hues of orange and red, Thomas felt it again. The pull. It was faint at first, a whisper against the edges of his thoughts. It was like the memory of a taste, something just out of reach, teasing him. His heart skipped a beat as he turned, looking over his shoulder toward the darkening woods that bordered the village. His mind screamed at him to stay away, but his feet were already moving. The pull was too strong. He wandered into the woods, the trees whispering above him as the air grew thick with something ancient and familiar. His breath grew shallow as the hunger stirred within him, a low, gnawing sensation in his chest. He tried to fight it, tried to shake it off, but it grew louder, insistent. Something was calling to him. In the distance, there was a shadow, a figure, tall and dark, standing just beyond the edge of the trees. It was nothing more than a silhouette against the dimming sky, but Thomas knew who it was. It was the presence that had always been there, lurking in the house, watching him. It had never left. It was here, waiting. He tried to turn away, tried to ignore the pull, but his legs moved forward, drawing him toward the figure, as if he were a puppet being controlled by an unseen force. "You can never escape." The voice, deep and resonant, rang in his ears like a death knell. It was the voice of the house that had consumed him, that had shaped him into something he didn't recognize. The voice of the hunger, the eternal void. Thomas stood frozen, his eyes wide as the figure in the shadows began to take form. It was not a man. It was not a person. It was a shape, a distortion in the air, something unnatural. But even as it morphed into a twisted semblance of something human, he could feel the truth of it. It was the house. The house had returned. "No," Thomas whispered, his voice breaking as he stepped backward, his feet caught in the soil, as though the earth itself was holding him in place. "No, it's over. It's gone. It's gone." But the figure's eyes, those hollow, empty eyes, burned into him. There was no escape. There was no running. The hunger, the thing that had claimed him, that had consumed everything he had been, was here again. It had never left. "You thought you were free. You thought you had escaped." The voice echoed around him, louder now, more tangible. It wasn't just in his mind. It was in the air. It was the forest. It was the world. "You are a part of us. You always were. You always will be." Thomas staggered backward, his heart racing as the darkness around him thickened. The hunger burned through him, and he could feel it, inside him, stretching outward like a shadow consuming the light. "You are ours." The voice spoke again, its power overwhelming, suffocating. "And you will always bring them back. Always." Thomas gasped, his hands shaking as the weight of the words pressed down on him. The house had never been destroyed. The house wasn't just a place. It was a presence, a living force that could not die. That would never cease. It was in him. It was part of him. The hunger was not gone. It had never been gone. It had just been waiting. Waiting for him to return. Waiting for him to lead. His breath came in ragged gasps as the figure loomed closer, its form ever shifting, its presence an unnatural weight on his chest. He could feel it now, the unyielding pull of the house, the hunger surging inside him, calling him back. It was as if the very ground beneath him was alive, twisting and turning, pulling him deeper into the darkness. The others, those who had once been with him, were far behind now, safe in the village. They couldn't hear it. They couldn't feel it. The house had no claim on them. But it had never truly let go of him. Not really. It had marked him, shaped him, and now it was coming for him again. The shadow stepped closer, and Thomas felt himself take a step forward without thinking, without wanting to. "Come, Thomas. You belong to us." The voice called to him like an ancient song, a call to the void. He couldn't resist. He had never been able to resist. And as his feet moved on their own, as he was drawn back into the darkness, He knew one thing: the hunger would never be sated. It would never end. The house would always return. It would always need him. And it would always need more. And so, he followed. He was never truly free. Not from the hunger. Not from the house. And he would never be. Forever. The darkness enveloped Thomas as he moved deeper into the woods, drawn toward the figure that still lingered at the edge of his vision. The figure was like smoke, an ever-shifting shadow that danced in the periphery of his mind. But as he drew closer, it began to take shape, becoming something more familiar, more real. It wasn't just the house. It was the essence of the house itself, the hunger that had once controlled him. That had molded him into something not entirely human. The emptiness inside him flared with painful clarity, the gnawing ache he had long buried. The hunger was alive again, and it was here. A voice, cold and familiar, brushed against the edges of his thoughts. You thought you could escape. Thomas's breath came in shallow gasps. His heart thundered in his chest, a rhythm that matched the pulse of the house. It was undeniable now. He wasn't free. He had never been free. The house had been with him the whole time, waiting for this moment, waiting for him to break. He stopped, his feet rooted in the earth, his body unwilling to move. It wasn't fear that held him in place. It was something else. A cold inevitability. He knew what had to happen. The house had come for him again. And this time there would be no escape. There would be no more running. You are ours. The voice resounded, not just in his mind, but in the air around him. He could feel the ground shift beneath him, the very earth alive with the pulse of the hunger. The trees, once silent and still, seemed to whisper, their branches swaying as if they too were alive, drawn into the house's presence. Thomas looked down at his hands, trembling as they reached out, as if instinctively seeking something. He could feel it, the pull, the weight of it, the craving that came from somewhere deep inside his chest. The hunger, the endless, knowing void that he had once served so blindly. The hunger was in him now, a part of him, a force he could never completely rid himself of. You will guide them. You will bring them to us. The voice was softer now, more insistent, as though coaxing him, drawing him back into the depths from which he had once emerged. He could feel the darkness pressing closer, wrapping around him like a tightening grip. It was suffocating. No. Thomas's voice cracked as he finally spoke, his words laced with the weight of something he hadn't said in a long time. I won't lead them. The figure before him shifted, its shape twisting, its presence growing larger, as though the house itself had stepped from the shadows. It was no longer just a figure. It was a part of the house. Its shadowy form flickered like a flame caught in the wind, its edges undefined, impossible to grasp. But its eyes, those hollow, empty eyes, burned into him. And Thomas knew what was being asked of him. The house wanted him back. It needed him to guide the next wave of souls into its maw. It wanted him to lead the lost, just as he had before. You have no choice. The voice was cold, final, as it echoed in the hollow of his mind. You belong to the house. You always will. He could feel it then, the familiar tug, the force inside him, urging him forward. The hunger that had once controlled him clawed at his mind, but this time something was different. There was a resistance within him now, a rebellion that hadn't been there before. No. Thomas took a step back, his hands trembling as he tried to block out the voice, to close off the pull. He could resist this time. He wasn't the same man he had been before. He had fought the house and survived. He had broken its hold. And this was his fight. I am not part of you anymore. The figure's form flickered again, its voice ringing with an unspoken anger. You think you are free. The tone was twisted, filled with mockery. You are not. You will bring them. You will feed the hunger. A deep rumble shook the earth beneath him, the ground trembling as the air grew colder. The forest around him seemed to come alive with the hunger, the trees bending, their roots stretching like tendrils reaching for his soul. The darkness swirled around him, filling his lungs, thick and suffocating. He felt the familiar weight of the house's presence closing in, as if the very world around him was turning in on itself. The hunger surged in his chest again, stronger than before. His mind felt clouded, his thoughts fragmented as the voice of the house continued to press against him. But deep inside, Thomas understood something he hadn't before. He had always thought he had been chosen by the house, but now he understood the truth. The house didn't choose him. It had broken him. It had consumed him. He was not part of its power. He had been its prisoner, shaped by its hunger, but he was not bound to it anymore. I am not yours. Thomas's voice was steady now, filled with the force of his defiance. He felt it surge through him, the clarity, the will, the freedom. The hunger raged inside him, but it was his to fight now. He took a deep breath, and in that moment, he knew what he had to do. The house had always fed on the lost, on the curious, on those who sought answers. It had always been about the next soul, the next body to consume. But now, Thomas could feel the truth. The house was not invincible. The hunger, though endless, was not all consuming. It could be fought. It could be stopped. The shadows around him began to shift, closing in, tightening like a trap. The house was trying to pull him back, trying to make him its servant once more. But Thomas stood firm, his body filled with a sense of purpose that had not existed before. No. His voice was quiet but unshakable. I will not serve you again. The figure before him flickered, its form growing more unstable, like a flame flickering in the wind. The voice that had once filled him with fear now trembled with uncertainty. You cannot escape the hunger. I can, Thomas said, his voice growing stronger. I will. He raised his hands, and in that moment, he could feel the force of his will push against the hunger. It was as if he had been given a new strength, a strength drawn from the very core of his defiance. The ground beneath him trembled again, but this time it wasn't in fear. It was in resistance. And then, with a roar that shook the very earth, the shadow collapsed. The hunger screamed, a sound like 1,000 voices wailing in despair. But it was fading. The house was losing its grip. The darkness began to unravel, its power slipping away, the weight of its hunger dissipating into nothingness. Thomas stood, breathing heavily, his heart pounding in his chest. The house, once so insistent, so powerful, was fading into the shadows, and as the last remnants of the hunger vanished, Thomas felt a strange sense of peace wash over him. He had fought. He had won. For the first time, he was truly free. But even as the darkness began to fade, Thomas knew one thing: with certainty the house would never truly be gone. Its hunger would always be there, somewhere, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next soul to fall. But for now, the cycle had been broken. And for the first time in his life, Thomas could breathe. The last vestiges of the house's power flickered and died, leaving only silence in its wake. The woods around Thomas stood still, the leaves barely rustling in the wind. The air felt different now. Cleaner, emptier, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from the world itself. For a moment, it was as though the entire earth held its breath, waiting for the final remnants of the hunger to dissipate. But as the shadows receded and the oppressive darkness lifted, a strange sense of peace washed over Thomas. The hunger, that gnawing emptiness that had once consumed him, was gone. He could still feel it in the deep recesses of his mind, like the faintest echo of something long lost. But it no longer controlled him. It no longer shaped his existence. He was free. And yet, as he stood in the clearing, surrounded by the remnants of the house's influence, Thomas knew that his journey was not over. The hunger was gone, but the scars it left behind were not easily erased. He had fought for his freedom, yes, but the cost of that freedom was not something he could simply walk away from. He had been changed. And though the house was gone, the void it left behind was still a part of him. He turned back to the village, the sound of distant voices drifting on the wind. The others, the ones who had survived with him, were still there. They had fled from the house, just as he had. They were free, but they too carried the marks of their time in the darkness. They had seen the hunger. They had felt the weight of the house's presence. And now they were left to rebuild, to start anew in a world that had been irrevocably altered. Thomas made his way back toward them, each step heavy with the realization that this new life, this second chance, was not going to be easy. The village was calm, peaceful even, but it was also a place of healing, a place to find some semblance of normalcy. And for the first time since he had broken free of the house, Thomas felt the smallest flicker of hope. But there were still questions lingering in the back of his mind. What had the house been? Was it a curse, or was it something else entirely? And how had it managed to cling to him even after it had been destroyed? The hunger had always been a part of it, but now he wondered if it was more than that. Had he been chosen? Had he been part of the house's existence from the beginning? His thoughts were interrupted by a voice he hadn't expected to hear. "Thomas," came the soft whisper from behind him. He turned, surprised to see the woman, the one who had spoken earlier, standing a few paces behind him. Her face was calm, but there was a shadow in her eyes. She had been a part of the group that had escaped the house, and yet there was something about her that seemed different now, as though she, too, had changed. "We've been waiting for you," she said quietly, her voice filled with a sense of purpose. "The others, they're waiting." Thomas nodded, though he wasn't sure what to say. He could feel the weight of her words, the unspoken meaning behind them. There was a new responsibility here, one that hadn't existed before. The house had made him its instrument, its servant, its guide. But now, in its absence, there was something new, something more. "Are you ready?" she asked, stepping closer to him, her eyes searching his face for an answer. Ready for what? Thomas wondered. He had freed himself from the house, but had he truly freed himself from the darkness it had instilled in him? The hunger, though quieter now, still lingered in the corners of his mind. He could still feel its pull, faint as it was. Would he ever be able to fully escape it? Or would it always be there? A shadow haunting his every step? "I don't know," Thomas admitted, his voice uncertain. "I don't know what's next." The woman gave him a small, understanding smile. "None of us do. But we can't keep running from it, either. We've been through something terrible. But we're still here, and that means something." The words struck him. They weren't just words of comfort. They were a call to action. The hunger, the house, it was all a part of them now. The scars were not just his to carry. They were shared by all of them. And while they couldn't undo what had been done, they could choose what came next. And maybe that was the first step toward healing. He looked up at her, meeting her gaze. She wasn't asking him to lead them, to guide them as he had done before. But she was asking him to move forward, to be a part of something new, something better. "We rebuild," Thomas said softly, more to himself than anyone else. "Together," the woman nodded. "Yes, together," as they turned to rejoin the others. Thomas felt the faintest stir of something inside him. It wasn't hunger, it wasn't fear. It was a sense of purpose, a purpose he hadn't felt in so long. He was no longer the servant of the house. He was not its puppet, its guide. He was Thomas again, and in that moment, he realized that he had the power to choose what came next. The house was gone. The hunger had been broken. Now it was time to rebuild, not just the village, not just the world, but himself. The village was quiet as they returned, the sunlight casting long shadows on the dirt road. The others were waiting for them, standing at the edge of the village, their faces filled with the same uncertainty, but also with the same glimmer of hope. They had made it out of the house, just as Thomas had. They had survived, and now they would survive again. Together, they would move forward. And though Thomas didn't know what the future would hold, he knew one thing: he would face it. He would face the world, face the remnants of his past, and for the first time in his life, he would choose to live, not as the servant of the hunger, but as a man free. And that was enough. For now. Days turned into weeks, and the village began to settle into its new rhythm. Life outside the house was simple, peaceful, and for the first time, Thomas felt the small tremors of a new normalcy. The others who had escaped the house with him, people he had once guided into darkness, now his fellow survivors, had found their places in the village. They worked, they learned, and they began to heal, each of them carrying their own silent burdens, their own memories of what had happened inside the walls of the house. For Thomas, the transition was more difficult than he had expected. Despite the calmness of the village and the kindness of the people, something inside him refused to settle. He had freed himself from the house, yes, but the house had shaped him. It had molded him into something that still felt incomplete. The hunger that once consumed him was gone, but the shadows it left behind lingered. He would often find himself walking through the village, his thoughts drifting back to the house. He could still see the walls in his mind's eye, the twisting corridors, the unblinking eyes, the way the house had whispered to him in the dark. The hunger, though no longer present, still clung to him in subtle ways, like a scar that had never fully healed. One evening, as the sun began to set, casting an orange glow over the village, Thomas sat at the edge of the village square, watching the people go about their evening routines. The quiet hum of life surrounded him, and for a moment, he allowed himself to breathe. But even as the peacefulness of the moment washed over him, he knew it was fleeting. His thoughts wandered again to the house. There was still so much he didn't understand. He had broken the cycle, yes, but had he truly escaped its influence? Was it truly gone? Or was it only a matter of time before the darkness returned? Thinking about the house again, the voice came from behind him, soft and knowing. Thomas turned to see the woman who had spoken to him earlier, the one who had guided him toward rebuilding. She had become a quiet companion in his struggle, offering him understanding without pressing him for answers. Her name was Leela, and her presence was a comfort in the otherwise unremarkable rhythm of village life. "I can't stop thinking about it," Thomas said quietly, his gaze still distant. "I thought once we were free, that it would all fade. But it hasn't. It's still here." He touched his chest, his fingers tracing an invisible scar. The hunger never really goes away. Leela sat beside him, her presence solid and grounding. "I know, we all feel it. The pull. It's hard to forget what we've been through." She paused, looking out at the village square, her expression thoughtful. "But that doesn't mean it controls us anymore. We get to choose now. We get to build something new." Thomas met her gaze, his heart heavy with the weight of her words. She was right, of course. They could rebuild. The hunger might always be a part of him, but that didn't have to define him. The house had been a force that had tried to consume him. But now, he had the power to create something else, something different. "I'm just afraid it'll come back," Thomas admitted. "The hunger. The house. What if I'm not strong enough to resist it again?" Lila's voice was gentle, but firm. "You are stronger than you know, Thomas. You've already broken the cycle. You've done what none of us could have imagined. And that strength is inside you now. It's in all of us. We've seen what the house can do, but now we get to decide who we are. What we do next." Thomas nodded slowly, the weight of her words sinking in. He had broken the cycle. He had fought back against the hunger and won. But freedom, true freedom, wasn't just about escaping the house. It was about choosing who he wanted to be beyond it. He wasn't the man who had led others into darkness anymore. He wasn't a servant of the house. He was Thomas, and he had the power to choose his future. "I don't know what comes next," he said quietly, "but I know I'm not alone anymore." Leela smiled, a warmth that felt like sunlight. "We're all in this together, Thomas, and that's what matters." The sun dipped below the horizon, the last traces of light fading as the village settled into twilight. For the first time in a long time, Thomas felt something inside him stir. It wasn't the hunger, it wasn't fear. It was something else, something new. Hope. He wasn't sure what the future would hold. The scars of the past would always be there, etched into his soul, but they no longer defined him. The hunger would always be a part of his history, but it wouldn't be his future. He had the power to choose, to rebuild, to move forward. The house was gone. The hunger was gone. And now, Thomas was free to find his place in the world, not as a guide to the lost, but as someone who had found his own way. And for the first time, as he looked out at the peaceful village, Thomas understood what freedom truly meant. It wasn't just about escaping the darkness, it was about creating something better. It was about forging a new path, one step at a time. He stood up, feeling the weight of the past lift just a little more with every step he took forward. Leela joined him, and together, they walked toward the village square, the sound of life surrounding them, filling the silence of the past. The future was still uncertain, but it was his to shape. And for the first time, Thomas felt ready to face it, to choose his own path. And whatever that path might be, it was his, and it was free. The weeks that followed were filled with moments of quiet reflection. Small steps toward a life that had once seemed impossible. Thomas found himself walking through the village, speaking with the people who had once been strangers. They didn't know the depths of his past, the horrors he had endured, or the weight of the house that had shaped his very being. They only saw a man who worked alongside them, who contributed to the simple, peaceful existence they had built for themselves. And for the first time, Thomas felt a glimmer of what it meant to belong. It was subtle, fleeting, but it was there, an unfamiliar warmth in his chest, the kind that didn't come from hunger, from fear, or from control. This was different. It was the beginning of something new. He found solace in the daily tasks, working the fields, repairing fences, mending tools. The work was hard, but it was honest, and each small task, every drop of sweat and muscle ache, reminded him that he was alive, that he was free, and that his past didn't have to control him. Leela had become a close companion in this journey, not just because of her guidance, but because she understood. She understood the scars that Thomas carried. She understood that freedom wasn't just about escaping the house. It was about choosing something better, something real. And together, they began to lay the foundation for a future that wasn't defined by the darkness of the past. The village itself, once a distant dream in Thomas's mind, now felt like a home, a place to rebuild, to heal. The people who had once been silent witnesses to the horrors of the house now worked alongside him, their quiet strength offering him the support he never thought he could have. And slowly, Thomas began to understand that healing didn't just come from breaking free. It came from living, from building something tangible in the face of everything that had tried to tear it all apart. One evening, as the last traces of sunlight dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of purple and gold, Thomas found himself standing at the edge of the village, looking out over the fields. The wind was gentle against his skin, carrying with it the scent of fresh earth, of life. Leela joined him, standing beside him in companionable silence. They both gazed at the peaceful landscape, the life they had built with their own hands. You ever wonder what would have happened if the house never existed? Leela asked softly, her voice barely above the whisper of the wind. Thomas didn't respond immediately. The question hung in the air, like a question that didn't have an answer. I used to, he said after a moment. I used to wonder what life would have been like if I never stepped foot inside. And now, Thomas said, his voice quiet but steady. I'm learning to live with what happened. I can't change the past, but I can choose what I do with it. Leela nodded. It's the hardest part, isn't it? Letting go of what you can't control and choosing what you can. Thomas glanced at her, seeing the understanding in her eyes, the recognition of the weight they both carried. The village, the life they were building. It was a fresh start, but it didn't come without its scars. And maybe that was okay. Maybe, in the end, it was those very scars that made them stronger. Made them who they were. We've both been through something no one else could understand, Leela continued. But we made it through. We're still here, and that counts for something. Thomas smiled, the edges of his lips lifting in a way that felt genuine, not forced. I never thought I could feel normal again, he admitted. I never thought I could feel like I'm part of something again. You are? Leela said, her voice warm. You've been part of something all along. You just didn't see it until now. They stood there in silence for a moment, letting the wind carry their words away, the peaceful quiet of the village surrounding them. For the first time since leaving the house, Thomas truly felt like he was home. But even as the days passed, and the village settled into its rhythm, Thomas couldn't shake the faintest sense of unease. It wasn't the hunger. It had gone, or so he hoped. But there were still pieces of him that were unsure. Still fragments of the past that didn't quite fit into the life he was trying to build. The house had left its mark, and it wasn't just in the echoes of his memories. It was in the silence between the moments, the stillness that sometimes felt too quiet. One evening, while walking back to the small home he shared with Leela and a few others, Thomas felt the faintest stir of something. It wasn't hunger, but it was something else. A whisper on the wind, a chill in the air, something that made him stop in his tracks and listen. He turned, his gaze scanning the horizon, but there was nothing. The village was still. The fields stretched out in the distance, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. But something was different. The shadows in the corners of his mind, those lingering pieces of the house, felt closer than ever. The void, though quieter, still tugged at him. He stood still for a long moment, wondering if his mind was playing tricks on him. But then, just as quickly as it came, the feeling passed. The air seemed to settle once more. The village was still. The hunger was gone. For now. Are you all right? Leela's voice broke the silence, her footsteps soft as she caught up with him. She had noticed his pause, his hesitation. Thomas turned to her, the weight of his thoughts not quite ready to share. He smiled faintly, reassuring her with a simple nod. Just thinking. She gave him a knowing look, but didn't press. She simply stood by him, her presence a steadying force. Let's get inside, she suggested quietly. We've got tomorrow to rebuild. Thomas nodded, and together they walked back toward the warmth of the village. The stars shone brightly above them, the night settling into a quiet calm. But in the back of his mind, Thomas couldn't fully shake the feeling that something was still out there. Waiting, watching. Maybe it was the remnants of the hunger. Maybe it was something else. But for now, he had a place to return to, a life to live. And that was enough. For now. But deep down, in the very core of his being, Thomas knew that some things never truly left. And the house, whatever it had been, was never far behind. Weeks turned into months, and as the seasons changed, so did Thomas's life. The village continued to thrive, its rhythms settling into a peaceful routine. The once uneasy villagers had begun to rebuild their lives, crafting new identities in a world that was both familiar and strange. They had learned to survive the horrors of the past, but more importantly, they were learning to live. But for Thomas, the journey was far from over. Though the days were filled with work, with laughter, and the quiet contentment of a life rebuilt from the ground up, there was always something just beneath the surface that gnawed at him. He had escaped the house. He had fought the hunger. He had won, or so he believed. But the shadows were never far behind. One late afternoon, as the village prepared for the evening, Thomas took his usual walk through the outskirts of the fields. The sun was dipping low, casting long, cool shadows across the grass. The air smelled of earth, of life returning to the soil after a long season of growth. The breeze was light, carrying the scent of trees, flowers, and distant waters. Yet, as the wind touched his skin, Thomas couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him. He stopped, letting the breeze wash over him, his eyes scanning the horizon. The world felt still, too still. The rhythmic hum of life, once a comfort, now seemed distant, as if something in the balance had shifted. A faint unease stirred in his chest. He wasn't alone. Turning slowly, he scanned the area again, his eyes narrowing as they fixed on something in the distance. A shadow moved at the edge of the woods, just beyond the tree line. Too faint, too quick to fully discern. Thomas's heart skipped a beat. Was it real? Or was it just his mind playing tricks on him, still haunted by the remnants of the house? His hand clenched around the strap of the bag slung over his shoulder, the subtle tension in his muscles betraying the calm he tried to project. He had broken free of the house. He had built something new. Yet there was still a part of him that expected the darkness to return. The hunger to rise again. The house had been more than just a physical place. It had been a presence, an essence, a void that reached into the very fabric of existence. And now, it was here. But was it the house, or something else? Thomas wasn't sure. With a deep breath, he turned and began walking toward the village, the uneasy feeling settling deeper within him with every step. His footsteps felt too loud, the stillness around him too heavy. He couldn't shake the sense that something was following him, waiting for him to slip, to falter, to let down his guard. The evening passed quietly, but the unease didn't dissipate. Thomas spent the rest of the night with the others, the weight of the strange occurrence hanging over him. He tried to ignore it, tried to immerse himself in the tasks, in the conversations, in the simple pleasures of a life that, for all its simplicity, was full of meaning. But the shadows were there, tugging at his thoughts, their presence too real to ignore. That night, as he lay in bed, sleep eluded him. The darkness pressed in from all sides, and the memories of the house began to creep back. Not the hunger was gone. No. It was the presence of the house that lingered, an oppressive weight on his chest. The shadows seemed to grow longer as the night deepened, stretching across the floor like fingers reaching for him. And then, in the quiet of the room, he heard it. A whisper. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. Thomas. His breath caught in his throat. The voice was so familiar. It was the voice of the house, the deep, resonant growl that had haunted him for so long. You are still ours. The room seemed to tilt, the walls closing in as the words echoed in his mind. It wasn't the hunger. It wasn't the house wanting him to guide the lost souls again. No, this was different. This was something more insidious, something deeper. For the first time, Thomas felt a chill run through his spine, not the cold of the night, but the icy tendrils of fear, of something far older, far darker than he could understand. The voice faded into the silence, leaving behind only the lingering sense of its presence. You can't escape. Thomas sat up in bed, his body trembling, his heart pounding in his chest. His thoughts raced, his mind swirling with confusion and dread. He was awake. He knew he was awake. But the words, the voice, it felt real. It was real. The house was gone. It had to be gone. But this, the voice, the shadows, wasn't something that could be dismissed so easily. He didn't sleep that night. When dawn broke, its pale light casting long shadows over the land, Thomas was already up, standing at the edge of the village once more. The world felt still, quieter than it should have been. The wind had shifted, carrying with it a chill he couldn't explain. Something was coming. He didn't know what it was, but he could feel it. And it was moving closer. The village had once been a sanctuary, a place where he had hoped to rebuild and find peace. But now, even the village felt like a place on the edge of something. A precipice he couldn't quite understand. The house was gone. But its influence, its shadow, seemed to remain. And for the first time, Thomas began to wonder whether there could truly be an escape from something like that. Could he ever truly be free? Or was it only a matter of time before the shadows returned to claim him? His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps behind him. Lila appeared, her face serious, her eyes filled with the understanding that only came from knowing someone's inner turmoil. She had felt it too. The unease, the pull. "Thomas," she said quietly, standing beside him. "You felt it, didn't you?" He nodded, his voice thick with the weight of his fear. "I don't know what it is. But it's here. It's back." Lila stood by him in silence for a moment, her gaze fixed on the horizon. She didn't speak, but Thomas could feel the same uncertainty, the same realization settling between them. The shadows were gathering again, and whatever was coming, it wasn't finished with them yet. "Whatever comes next," Lila said finally, her voice filled with quiet resolve, "we face it." Together, Thomas turned to look at her, and for the first time in what felt like forever, he felt a sense of hope. He didn't know what the future held, but he knew this much: he wasn't alone. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough. For now. But he knew the darkness wasn't truly gone. The house had returned, and with it its hunger. The days that followed were clouded with a sense of foreboding, an atmosphere that felt thicker than the air itself. The village, once a symbol of peace, seemed quieter now, the shadows cast longer, the wind colder. Thomas could feel it in his bones, the presence, the whisper, the creeping fear that something had awoken. The house had left him, but had it ever truly gone? Lila had sensed it too. She had always been attuned to the shifts around her. But now her gaze was sharper, more cautious. She hadn't spoken much in the days since Thomas had heard the voice, but the silence between them felt charged, as though they both understood that the calm they had enjoyed was only temporary. The village was still functioning, the people going about their daily routines, but there was an edge to their movements now. The peaceful hum of life had been replaced by hushed voices and furtive glances, the shadows of the past clinging to the corners of their minds. They had all been touched by the house, shaped by its darkness. Some tried to ignore it, to pretend that the horrors they had endured were behind them. But Thomas could see it in their eyes, the unease, the uncertainty. The hunger wasn't just his to bear, it was in all of them. That morning, after a sleepless night of pacing the floor and wrestling with his thoughts, Thomas ventured out toward the woods once more. The horizon was shrouded in a thin mist, and as he walked, he could feel the weight of something behind him. A presence, a shadow that followed his every step. The woods, once a place of solace, now felt like a maze. The trees loomed tall and silent, their branches stretching out like fingers, pulling at him, urging him into the depths. And as he walked deeper, the pull grew stronger. It wasn't just the house's hunger. It was something more, something older. He stopped when he reached the clearing, the very place where, months ago, he had faced the figure of the house, the shadow that had claimed him. The place where it had all started. A chill crept down his spine. The wind had stopped, the silence oppressive, as if the world was holding its breath. He stood still, feeling the faint tug of something deep within him. The voice had come back in the night, but it was more than just a whisper now. It was a presence, a pull. It wanted him. "You belong to us." Thomas spun around, his heart racing, but there was nothing. Nothing but the trees, the mist, and the hollow sound of his own breath. His hands trembled as he clenched them into fists. It was real. It was back. The hunger had returned. He turned again, his gaze searching the shadows of the trees. There, on the edge of the clearing, he saw it. A figure, standing just out of reach, its form indistinct, but its presence unmistakable. The figure was familiar, yet strange. It wasn't the house. Not exactly, but it felt like an extension of it. Its shadow, its echo. "You cannot escape, Thomas." The voice was louder now, resonating through the clearing, like an ancient echo that reverberated through the very ground beneath his feet. "You were always ours." The wind picked up suddenly, tearing through the trees with a violent gust. Thomas staggered back, his chest tight with panic. He wanted to run, to leave this place, but he couldn't. It was as if the earth itself had rooted him to the spot. "You can't fight what you are." The figure stepped closer, its shape more defined now, as though it were made of the very shadows themselves. Its eyes, those hollow, empty eyes, burned into him, and for a moment, Thomas felt himself being pulled toward them, like a moth to a flame. He fought against it, pushing back with all his strength. He couldn't go back. He wouldn't go back. The house had shaped him into something else, something he had never wanted to be. But he had broken free. He had fought it, and he had won. He couldn't let it take him again. The figure stopped, its presence growing still, as if waiting for something. Its eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Thomas could feel the hunger in it, the insatiable, endless need that had consumed him once. It wanted him back. It wanted him to lead again. "You will lead them. You will bring them to us." Thomas's mind raced. The hunger, the house. It wasn't just a part of him. It had become a part of everything. It had twisted the world around him. It was a force that couldn't be killed, only passed on, only fed. The house had never been a place. It had never just been a building. It was an entity, a hunger that fed on souls, that twisted them, reshaped them until they became part of it. "No," Thomas whispered, his voice trembling but firm. "I won't." For a moment, there was silence. The figure before him didn't move. The trees seemed to hold their breath. The winds stopped. Everything was still. And then, slowly, the figure's form began to ripple, as though it were made of smoke, dissolving into the shadows around it. The air grew thick, suffocating, and the voice, now distant, echoed through Thomas's mind one last time. "You can't stop it. You can't stop us." The last word lingered in the air as the figure disappeared completely, leaving nothing but the fading whispers of the house. Thomas stood there, his chest rising and falling with heavy breaths, his hands trembling. The hunger, though not fully present, was still inside him. The house had never been gone. It was simply waiting. Waiting for him to falter, waiting for him to return. But Thomas wasn't going to give in. Not again. He had broken free once, and he would do it again. He turned and began walking back to the village, his steps purposeful, each one carrying him further from the clearing, further from the pull of the house. The wind had begun to stir again, but this time it didn't carry the scent of decay. This time, it was fresh, filled with the promise of something new. The hunger may have returned, but Thomas had already faced it, and this time he wasn't going to let it win. He wasn't going back. Not for anyone, not for anything. The village was waiting. The people who had become his new family. They were waiting for him to return, to be part of something greater than the house, something greater than the hunger. And as Thomas made his way back, he knew that the battle wasn't over. The house would always find a way to try to claim him. But he had learned one thing in all his years of torment. He had the power to choose, and he was choosing his own future. This time, the house would not decide it for him. Not anymore. Not ever again. The village seemed brighter as Thomas walked back toward it, the sky now painted with hues of deep purple and orange as the sun set behind the distant hills. There was something about the way the light caught the trees, the way the wind danced through the leaves that felt different. It was as though the world itself was breathing again, as if the weight that had crushed everything was finally lifting. For the first time in a long time, Thomas could feel it, a sense of hope, of something new. But beneath that hope, there was still the faintest tremor, an echo that reverberated in the back of his mind, a reminder that the hunger was never truly gone. The house might have been quiet for now, but its shadow still loomed large in his thoughts. He couldn't deny that he felt the pull still, that faint whisper in the back of his mind that urged him to return to the darkness, to surrender again. It was always there, just below the surface, waiting, but he had fought it before. And now, he was prepared to fight it again. He reached the village and found it still in motion, the people going about their evening routines, speaking in quiet voices and smiling faintly as they worked together. The familiar hum of life, so simple and yet so precious, greeted him. A reminder that he was no longer alone. Leela was at the center of the square, speaking with a few of the other villagers. She glanced up when she saw him and offered a small smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. He could see it in her expression, in the way she stood slightly apart from the others. She too felt the weight of the unease, the quiet pressure of something lurking just beyond the horizon. "I saw you," Leela said softly as he approached, her voice barely above the wind. "You went out into the woods again, didn't you?" Thomas nodded, his eyes drawn toward the edge of the village, where the forest seemed to stretch on forever, its shadows deepening as the night settled in. "I had to," he said quietly. "I felt it. I still feel it." Lila's expression softened. She stepped closer, her voice gentle but firm. "You can't keep running into those woods. Thomas, you've broken free from the house. You've built something new here. We're building something here. But the more you chase that darkness, the more it'll follow you." Thomas swallowed, a lump rising in his throat. She was right, of course. He had chosen to rebuild, to leave the past behind. But the hunger, it was like a wound that had never fully healed, a scar that would always remain, no matter how hard he tried to forget it. He had fought the house before, but this felt different. It wasn't just about escaping anymore. It was about confronting something that had shaped him in ways he could never fully understand. "I'm trying," he said quietly. "I'm trying to build something different, something that's not tied to that house. But every time I think I'm free, it pulls me back." Lila nodded, her gaze understanding. She had seen the change in him, the way he had fought to be free of the house's grip. And she had also seen the weight of that struggle, the way it shadowed his every step. She stepped closer, her hand resting lightly on his shoulder. "You're not alone," she said softly. "We're all here. We've all been touched by the house. We've all been marked. But that doesn't mean we can't build something different now." Thomas met her gaze, her eyes steady and unwavering. For a moment, he felt a flicker of peace, a reminder that no matter how strong the pull of the house was, there was something else. There was life, there was community, there was hope. And yet, as the night deepened, Thomas couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting in the shadows. The hunger might be quiet for now, but it was still out there, somewhere. It hadn't truly disappeared. As they stood in the village square, a small group of villagers gathered around, each of them casting uneasy glances toward the woods. Thomas could feel their eyes on him, the weight of their shared fear pressing against him. They didn't speak it aloud, but they all knew. The house was gone, but the hunger was still a part of them. It always would be. "We'll face it," Leela said, as if reading his thoughts. "Together." Thomas nodded, the flicker of peace still lingering in his chest. Together. The days that followed were filled with the quiet work of building. The village continued to thrive, and with each day that passed, Thomas found himself feeling more grounded. He helped with the harvest, mended tools, and contributed in small ways to the work of the village. There were moments when he almost felt at peace, when the sun would warm his skin, when the laughter of children echoed in the square, when the simple beauty of life seemed to drown out the memories of the house. But always, just beneath the surface, there was that whisper, that pull. The hunger was never far, like a shadow in the corner of his vision waiting. It was late one evening, when the shadow made itself known again. Thomas had just returned from a long day of work when he felt the chill in the air. He stopped in his tracks, looking out over the village square. The wind had picked up, carrying with it the faint scent of something he couldn't quite place. Something familiar, something old. He turned toward the edge of the village, toward the forest. And there, standing just outside the tree line, was a figure he recognized. It was a man dressed in tattered clothes, his face obscured by shadows. But Thomas knew who it was. He could feel it in his bones. It was someone from the past, someone the house had taken. The figure stepped forward, and with it, the hunger returned. Thomas's heart pounded in his chest as the figure moved closer, its eyes glowing in the dark. "It's time to come back, Thomas." The voice was familiar, deep, resonant. Like the house itself, it was the voice of the hunger. Thomas's breath caught in his throat. "No," he whispered, backing away. But the figure advanced, its form blurring, its presence pulling at him. The hunger was back. It had never truly left, and this time it was ready to claim him once more. "You can't escape." And as the figure stepped closer, Thomas knew the battle had only just begun. The hunger was never truly gone. It would always return. It was a part of him now, a part of the world. And no matter how hard he tried to fight it, it would always be there, waiting for him to falter. But Thomas wouldn't give in. Not this time. He wasn't alone anymore. And this time, he would fight. Forever. The figure continued to approach, its form shimmering like smoke, never fully defined, but its presence unmistakable. The voice echoed in Thomas's mind, growing louder, more insistent, until it felt like his very thoughts were being drowned by it. The hunger was back. He could feel it, pressing in on him from all sides, a suffocating weight he could neither ignore nor escape. Thomas stood still for a moment, his heart pounding in his chest, his body frozen between the village and the shadow that loomed before him. The memories of the house flooded his mind, twisting corridors, dark whispers, the insatiable hunger that had devoured his every thought and action. And now it was here again, at the edge of the village, waiting for him to fall back into its grasp. The figure stopped just a few feet away, its eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. For a moment, it looked almost human. Its shape was familiar, but there was something hollow about it. Something wrong. The hunger had never been human, not really. It was a force, a presence that had never truly left, even after the house had crumbled. "You've always known you were ours." The voice came again, more urgent this time. "You are part of the hunger. You are one with the house." The words cut into him like a blade. But Thomas refused to let them take root. He clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palms, until the sharp pain grounded him in the present. He had fought the hunger before. He had torn himself free from the house's grip. He had won. "I'm not yours," Thomas said, his voice trembling with defiance. "Not anymore." The figure laughed, a low, guttural sound that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. You think you can outrun it? You think you can escape? Thomas's eyes narrowed. He could feel the pull, the hunger surging through his veins, calling him back, tempting him to give in. But deep within him, he felt something else, a spark, a small flicker of light that had survived everything the house had thrown at him. It wasn't hunger. It wasn't darkness. It was his will, his strength, and it was enough to hold the darkness at bay. You're wrong, Thomas whispered, his voice steady now. I'm not a part of you. I never was. The figure's form seemed to distort, like it was made of smoke that couldn't hold itself together. It swirled in on itself, its presence threatening to consume the space around them. You think you can fight me? You think you can fight what you are? The figure's voice grew louder, its power reverberating in the air. You will always belong to the hunger. You will always guide the lost to their end. Thomas felt the force of the hunger press against him, but he stood his ground. The darkness was all around him, but he was no longer a prisoner of it. He had fought for his freedom, and he would fight for it again. No, Thomas said, his voice filled with resolve. I won't let you control me. Not anymore. The figure moved toward him, its shadowy tendrils reaching for him, but Thomas didn't flinch. He felt the darkness pulling at him, but this time, he could feel something else. A surge of energy, a strength that had been buried deep within him. It was the will to live, the will to fight, the will to stand against the hunger. The figure paused, as though sensing something in him had shifted. You are mine. The voice was filled with menace. You will always return to me. Thomas clenched his jaw and took a step forward, his heart pounding, but his resolve stronger than ever. No, he said again, louder this time. I won't. Not this time, not ever again. The figure's form began to flicker, its power faltering as if it were struggling to maintain its presence. The air around Thomas seemed to pulse with energy, like the very fabric of reality was bending in response to his defiance. And then, something happened. The figure shrank, its form becoming more fragmented, as if it were dissolving, breaking apart. The voice, once all-consuming, now sounded distant, echoing in a way that didn't quite reach Thomas. He could feel the pull of the hunger weakening, like it was being torn from him, piece by piece. For the first time in what felt like forever, Thomas felt free. The shadow, the hunger, it was fading, retreating back into the dark recesses of his mind, where it had always lurked. But now, it no longer had control. It no longer had a hold on him. The figure let out one final, low growl, a final attempt to reclaim him, but Thomas stood firm, unyielding. With a sharp intake of breath, he let the darkness wash over him. Not to consume him, but to pass through him. And with that, the figure collapsed entirely, dissipating into the wind like smoke, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Thomas stood there, trembling, his chest heaving with the aftermath of the battle. The woods around him were still, the wind had stopped, and the oppressive weight that had settled over him lifted. For the first time in what felt like forever, he felt a sense of peace, a stillness that was not haunted by shadows. The hunger was gone, for now, maybe forever. But even as the figure faded into nothingness, Thomas knew that it wasn't truly over. The hunger would always be a part of him, a reminder of the past, a shadow that would follow him wherever he went. The house had shaped him, and while he had broken free of its control, the scars it had left would never fade completely. He turned, making his way back to the village. The night was still, the stars overhead twinkling faintly, offering a soft light that seemed to guide him home. He wasn't sure what the future would hold. He didn't know what the hunger would bring next, or how long he could keep it at bay. But one thing was clear, he was not alone anymore. And he was not powerless. For the first time in his life, Thomas knew that he could face whatever came next. The house, the hunger. It might return, but so would his fight. He had found his strength. He had found his voice. And this time he wasn't running, he was ready. And whatever came, he would face it. With the people he had come to care for. With Leela, with the village, with himself. They would face it together. The house would never control him again, not ever again. The village settled into an uneasy calm as the days wore on. The wind had shifted again. And though the shadows had not disappeared entirely, they seemed to remain at the edges, just out of reach. Thomas could feel them there. Whispers in the back of his mind. Glimpses of something lurking just beyond his awareness. It wasn't the same as the hunger he had once known, but it was still a shadow of it, still a presence he couldn't quite ignore. Despite this, he had begun to live again. He worked alongside the others, offering his hands and his heart to the tasks of rebuilding the village. There were times, fleeting moments when he felt like he had truly found peace, a peace born not of escape but of choice. He had chosen to stay. He had chosen to fight. Leela had become his closest confidant, the one person who seemed to understand the depths of his struggle. She never pushed him, never questioned his silent battles, but she was always there, offering quiet support. Over time, their bond had deepened, not just because of the horrors they had both faced, but because they had learned to rely on each other in ways they had never known before. It was a bright afternoon when the tension broke. Thomas was walking toward the village square after another long day in the fields when he saw a small group of people gathered near the center. There was an unmistakable tension in the air, people speaking in hushed voices, some looking nervously over their shoulders, others visibly on edge. Leela was there too, standing with the group, her face drawn and serious. When she saw him approaching, her eyes met his, and he knew immediately that something was wrong. "Thomas," she called softly, waving him over. He moved through the crowd, the uneasy murmur of voices growing louder as he neared. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice low. Leela glanced toward the others before answering, her tone heavy with concern. "There's been something in the woods," she said quietly. Something moving. Thomas's stomach dropped. The woods, once a place of solitude and calm, had always held a quiet sense of unease in the back of his mind. But this was something different. The very air around them seemed to thrum with an unspoken tension. Moving. Thomas repeated, his gaze drifting toward the tree line, which seemed too far away, too dark. His pulse quickened. "What do you mean moving?" "I don't know," Leela replied. "People have seen it. It's like shadows, figures moving in the trees, at the edges of the village, just out of sight. And then, yesterday, someone went missing. A young boy. We searched the woods, but there was no trace." Thomas felt a chill in his chest. The house had been destroyed, the hunger had been banished, or so he had thought. But now, standing here with Leela, with the others watching, he understood. The shadow of the house had never fully left. It had been waiting, gathering strength, perhaps even in the silence, in the quiet of the village that had tried to rebuild. "It's the hunger," he whispered. "It's come back." Leela's eyes darkened. "We thought it was gone, but now, I'm not so sure. I don't think we're finished with it yet." Thomas's hands clenched at his sides. He had fought, he had won, but it was clear now. The battle was far from over. The house, or whatever force it had been, was not finished with him. It had been waiting, just beneath the surface, waiting for a moment of weakness, a moment when it could take root again. The whispers began to grow louder around him, the villagers speaking in hushed voices, their anxiety building as they realized the same thing. It was back. The house might have fallen. But the hunger, the presence, it had never truly gone away. "We need to do something," Thomas said, his voice sharp, cutting through the murmurs. "We need to find it before it finds us." Leela nodded. The others, she started, but her voice trailed off as she looked around at the small group. Some of them had seen the shadows, had felt the same uneasy presence that Thomas had. But they were all scared. No one knew how to face something like this. You know what we have to do? Thomas said, his voice low but steady. We face it, head on. Leela looked at him, her face pale but resolute. You're right. It won't stop unless we stop it. Together, they rallied the villagers, gathering those who had witnessed the strange movement in the woods, those who still remembered the horrors the house had brought. They had no real plan, no true understanding of what was happening, but they couldn't wait any longer. The fear had taken root, and fear alone wouldn't keep them safe. As night began to fall, the small group ventured toward the woods. The village was quiet behind them, the only sound the rustling of the wind through the trees, and the occasional snap of a twig beneath their feet. The darkness in the woods seemed deeper now, as though the shadows had grown thick with something more than just night. Thomas led the way, his heart pounding in his chest, the familiar weight of the hunger pressing on his mind. But this time, he wasn't just fighting for himself. He was fighting for them. For the village that had taken him in, for the people who had built a new life with him. He reached the edge of the woods, the dark trees towering over him like silent sentinels. He could feel it then, the unmistakable presence, the same force that had once controlled him, that had shaped the house into something more than a mere building. Stay close, he whispered to the group, his eyes scanning the shadows. We don't know what's out there. They moved together, their eyes darting nervously to the edges of the woods. But as they ventured deeper, the darkness seemed to close in around them, suffocating and thick. The pull, the hunger was stronger now, almost as if it were drawing them in. A figure emerged from the shadows, distant at first, but growing closer with each passing second. It was the same shifting, shadowy presence that Thomas had seen in the woods before. It wasn't quite human. Not really, but it was close enough. And with it came the voice, deep and resonant. You can't escape. You are mine. The figure moved forward, and the villagers froze, their fear palpable. Thomas stepped forward, his hand outstretched. No, he said firmly. You will not take them. Not again. The figure paused, its form shifting, as though it was considering his words. For a long moment, there was nothing but the quiet rustling of the wind, the tension hanging thick in the air. Then, the figure spoke again. You will always belong to me. But this time, Thomas didn't falter. He had faced it before, and he would face it again. He wasn't the man who had led others into darkness anymore. He was the one who had fought to break free. And this time, the house, the hunger, it wouldn't win. Not anymore. Thomas's voice rang out, strong and sure. And as the figure advanced, Thomas held his ground. The battle was not over. Not yet. But he would never surrender. Not again. Not ever. The figure in the woods moved closer, its form still flickering, shifting in and out of the darkness like a wisp of smoke. It was not truly human. Nothing about it was. It was a force, an essence that had once been bound to the house. And now, it was here, standing before them, reaching into the very core of their fear, pulling at them with invisible threads. It was the hunger. The house's hunger, returned in a new form, a new incarnation, but still as insatiable as ever. Thomas stood before it, his heart racing in his chest, his fists clenched at his sides. His mind screamed for him to turn and run, to leave this nightmare behind and flee to the safety of the village. But he had already faced this once. He had already won. And this time he would not run. Not now. Not ever again. Leela stood beside him, her face pale but resolute. The others were behind them, their eyes wide with terror, their bodies frozen in place. But there was something else there too, something deeper than the fear. A recognition. They had all been touched by the house. They had all felt its pull, its hunger, and now they would face it together. The figure in front of them paused, its glowing eyes fixed on Thomas, the voice that came from it deep and resonant. "You think you are free." The voice was familiar, but it wasn't just a voice. It was the hunger itself, resonating through every inch of his being. It made his chest tighten, his breath hitch in his throat. "You belong to me." Thomas took a deep breath, pushing through the instinct to cower, to give in. He had fought this before. He knew how it worked. It tried to make you believe you couldn't escape. It tried to make you feel small, insignificant, trapped. But this time, he would not let it. "No," he said firmly, his voice carrying over the wind. "I am not yours. Not anymore." The figure flickered again, its form twisting in the darkness, as if the words stung, as if the force inside it had been shaken. It took a step closer, its shape becoming more solid, more threatening. "You can never escape your true nature." The voice twisted, growing darker, more sinister. "You are bound to me. You will lead them. You will guide them into the void." "No," Thomas shouted, his voice breaking through the oppressive silence. "I won't! I am not your servant! I will not lead anyone into your grasp ever again." The figure recoiled, the air growing heavier around them. A low rumbling sound like distant thunder vibrating in the earth beneath their feet. But Thomas stood firm. He could feel the pull, that insistent tug of the hunger, trying to drag him back. But he wasn't going to let it take him. Not again. Leela stepped forward, her eyes burning with determination. "We are not your tools. We are not your prey." Her voice rang out, joining with Thomas's. "You cannot control us anymore." The figure hesitated, its form shimmering, flickering like a flame caught in the wind. For a moment, it looked almost human again, an embodiment of pure darkness, hollow eyes that reflected the void itself. But even as it moved closer, the figure seemed weaker, more fragile. The hunger, though relentless, had begun to lose its grip on them. "You are not real," Thomas said, his voice low but steady. "You are nothing but a shadow, and shadows can be banished." The wind picked up suddenly, a violent gust tearing through the trees, but Thomas stood his ground. He could feel it. The hunger was fading, retreating, as if it were being torn away from him by his defiance. The darkness around them began to thin, the air becoming clearer, the presence of the figure dissipating. "You cannot fight the hunger," it hissed, its voice rasping like a dying breath. "It is in you. It is part of you." "No," Thomas replied, his voice growing louder, more powerful with every word. "It's not. It was never a part of me. Not anymore." The figure howled, its form splintering, cracking like ice under pressure. The air around them vibrated, the ground shaking as if the very earth was responding to the release of the hunger's grip. The presence, the hunger, began to unravel, losing its shape, falling apart like dust in the wind. The last echoes of its voice screamed out into the night, fading as quickly as they had come, and then, just as suddenly as it had appeared. The figure was gone, leaving nothing but the faintest trace of its presence, like the lingering echo of a nightmare. Thomas stood still, his heart pounding in his chest, his body trembling with the aftermath of the battle. The hunger, the figure, it was gone, for now. But even as the night settled into an uneasy silence, Thomas knew this wasn't the end. The house's shadow might have been banished, but its influence, the hunger, the darkness, it would always be a part of him. It would always be a part of this world. But this time, he knew something else. This time he wasn't afraid. He wasn't alone. He had fought, and he had won. "We're free," Leela said softly, her voice filled with relief. Thomas turned to her, his eyes meeting hers. There was no fear in her gaze, only quiet strength. Together, they had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. And though the shadows would always linger, they would no longer control them. "We're free," he echoed, his voice steady. The village was quiet now, the sounds of life returning to the night as the wind stilled. And as the group made their way back, Thomas couldn't help but feel a sense of finality. The hunger had come back, had tried to reclaim him, but it had failed. This time, the house's shadow had lost, and together, with the people who had stood beside him, Thomas knew that whatever came next, he would face it. The house might always be a part of him, but so were the people who had rebuilt their lives alongside him. They would not be consumed by the darkness. Not now. Not ever. They were free. And that was all that mattered, for now. But deep inside, Thomas understood one thing. The fight had only begun. The night after the battle with the hunger was quiet. The wind had settled. The earth beneath them seemed to breathe with a calm that had been absent for too long. For the first time in months, Thomas felt a sense of peace. The shadow had been driven back, the hunger had been banished. For now. It was gone, or so he believed. But as he sat by the fire later that night, surrounded by the villagers, a small part of him refused to be comforted. There was a nagging sensation that lingered at the edges of his mind, an uncertainty he couldn't shake. The house had fallen. The hunger had been weakened. But was it truly gone? The fire flickered in front of him, the crackling warmth offering him a semblance of security. Leela sat beside him, her presence steady, as always. She had been his anchor throughout this journey, and he found himself grateful for her silence. She knew him well enough not to press for answers. Not yet, at least. "I'm starting to believe it's really over," Leela said softly after a long pause, her gaze fixed on the fire. "The house. The hunger. It feels like we've won. Like it's finally behind us." Thomas didn't respond right away. He looked at her, his face drawn, tired but resolute. He could feel her words, feel the hope in them. But something inside him whispered that it wasn't as simple as they wanted to believe. "I wish I could say that I feel the same," Thomas said, his voice low. "But I don't think it's over, not yet." Leela turned to him, her brow furrowing. "What do you mean?" "I can't explain it," he replied, shaking his head, his eyes flicking to the edge of the village. "It feels like there's something else at work here. Like the house, the hunger. It was never really about just the house. It's been feeding off something else. Something deeper than we've realized." Leela studied him for a moment, her eyes full of understanding. She could see the struggle in his gaze, the fear he couldn't fully put into words, the part of him that refused to accept that the danger had passed. "Thomas," she said gently, her voice filled with empathy, "we've faced it. Together. The house's grip on us is broken. You've broken free. We all have." Thomas took a slow breath, the familiar weight of doubt settling in his chest. "What if it's not about us?" he said quietly. "What if the house? What if the hunger isn't something that can just be defeated, but something that feeds on us? On our fear, on our need to believe in it? What if it's not really gone?" Leela looked at him, her expression softening. "We'll keep fighting," she said, as if answering his unspoken question. "We'll keep fighting for what we've built. Together." Thomas nodded slowly, the heaviness in his chest remaining. Leela's words were comforting, but they didn't remove the uncertainty that clung to him like a shadow. He couldn't shake the feeling that, in some way, the house, or what it had become, had only been lying dormant. The hunger had retreated for now, but it had never truly disappeared. The fire crackled, and the night stretched on in quiet stillness. The others in the village had gone to their homes, their tired bodies seeking rest after the tension of the past few days. But Thomas stayed by the fire, watching the flames dance in the cool night air, trying to quiet the fears that still churned inside him. The next morning, Thomas found himself standing at the edge of the woods again, the same place where the figure had appeared the night before. The trees were still, their shadows stretching long as the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy. He was alone. The village was still sleeping, the world seemingly calm and untouched. And yet, as he looked out over the woods, a subtle unease crept into his thoughts once again. The hunger had been a force, but Thomas had learned that it was not just a thing. It wasn't bound by the walls of the house. It wasn't just the shadows that flickered in the corners of his mind. The hunger fed on something deeper, something intrinsic to the very fabric of the world they had built. It fed on fear. It fed on the desire for something greater, something darker. And no matter how many times they thought they had defeated it, it would always return. Because that was what it was. A constant force, one that could never truly be eradicated. As the wind stirred the trees, a memory surfaced of the house, of the first time Thomas had stepped into its dark halls, feeling the weight of the hunger pressing down on him. He had believed it was a place, a thing that could be destroyed, but it had been more than that. It had been a part of the world, woven into the fabric of reality itself, and no matter how much they fought, it would always find a way to return. You will always belong to us. The voice echoed in his mind again, as real as if it were standing beside him. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to push it away, but the truth lingered. The hunger was never truly gone. Thomas. He opened his eyes to see Leela standing a few feet away, concern written on her face. He hadn't heard her approach, hadn't noticed how long he'd been standing there, lost in his thoughts. "What is it?" she asked, stepping closer. "Are you okay?" Thomas turned to face her, his expression distant. "I think we're fooling ourselves," he said quietly. "We keep saying it's over, that we've beaten it. But the hunger, it's always going to be there. In us, around us. Maybe it's something we can't escape." Leela reached out, touching his arm gently, grounding him in the present. "Thomas, look at what we've built. Look at all of us. We've fought back. We've lived through it. That's what matters. We're not giving in to the hunger. We're choosing to live." Thomas met her gaze, and for the first time in days, he saw the truth in her eyes. The hunger might always be a part of them. Maybe it always would be. But they didn't have to let it control them. They didn't have to give in to the fear. For the first time, Thomas allowed himself to believe that perhaps he was right. Maybe they had won. Maybe it wasn't about defeating the hunger once and for all, but about learning how to live with it. Learning how to fight against it, even when it seemed like it would never truly disappear. "You're right," Thomas said softly, finally allowing the weight of her words to sink in. "We're choosing to live." And as the wind whispered through the trees, Thomas finally turned back toward the village, walking with Leela by his side. He wasn't alone. They weren't alone. Together, they would face whatever came next, no matter how dark it seemed. The hunger might return. The shadows might grow longer. But they would face it, as they always had, together. For now, that was enough. The village was waking up slowly, as it always did, with the light of dawn gently coaxing the people from their homes. The sky was streaked with pale pinks and oranges, the first hints of the day breaking over the horizon. It was quiet, peaceful. But there was a sense of anticipation that clung to the morning air, as if everyone, knowingly or not, was waiting for something they couldn't yet name. Thomas had walked through this village countless times, but today, something felt different. The familiar paths, the houses he had worked to restore, the people he had come to know, they all felt new. They felt like a dream that had become real, a dream of something better, something untouched by the horrors of the house. And yet, even as he moved through the streets, there was still a faint tug in the back of his mind. It was a reminder, soft, almost imperceptible, that the hunger hadn't truly gone. It was part of him, part of the world they lived in, But Thomas understood now that it didn't have to control him. It didn't have to decide his path. He was standing at the edge of the village when Leela found him again. She had been walking toward him from the center of the square, where the villagers had gathered for their morning tasks. Her steps were confident, steady, but Thomas could see the same quiet contemplation in her eyes that he felt in himself. They both knew that the shadow of the house still loomed. Whether it would remain a shadow or grow into something more was yet to be seen. But they also knew something else. They weren't alone anymore. Ready to start the day? She asked, a gentle smile on her face. Thomas looked at her, his heart full of gratitude for the strength she had shown him, for the unwavering support she had given, not just in the darkest moments, but in the quiet ones too. "I'm ready," he said, his voice filled with certainty, though the path ahead was still unclear. For whatever comes next, the village had become more than a place to him. It had become a foundation, a home that was built not just from bricks and wood, but from resilience, from shared experiences, from a commitment to something greater than themselves. They had all been touched by the hunger, by the house, by the shadows of the past. But in spite of that, they had built something real here, something that belonged to them, and not to the darkness. As Thomas and Leela walked together, they saw the villagers working in unison. A few were gathering water from the well, others were repairing a fence, and a group of children played nearby, laughing as they chased each other. The air was filled with the simple sounds of life, sounds that were growing clearer, louder as the village continued to grow. But even in the midst of this peace, Thomas couldn't shake the underlying tension. The hunger, though gone for now, still lingered. And as he passed by the people working together, he realized that the future of the village depended on more than just keeping the hunger at bay. It depended on the people, on their unity, on their willingness to continue living, even in the face of uncertainty. "We can't keep hiding from it," Thomas said, his thoughts spoken aloud. Leela turned to him, waiting for him to continue. "The hunger isn't something that just disappears. The house, what it was, it might not be here anymore, but we can't pretend it's not still part of us," Thomas said, his voice heavy with truth. "It will always be there, but we don't have to live in fear of it." "Not anymore," Leela nodded. "We've already proven that we can face it, and we can keep facing it together." Thomas stopped walking, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the village met the woods. The dark trees loomed in the distance, but instead of feeling threatened by them, Thomas felt something new. The recognition that the woods, like the hunger, were part of the world. They weren't enemies to be defeated. They were simply pieces of a greater whole. The house, the hunger, the woods, the village, they all existed in the same space, the same world. "It's about choosing who we want to be," Thomas said quietly, more to himself than to Leela. "It's about living, even with the darkness, even with the shadows." Leela stepped beside him, her hand lightly resting on his arm. "We can choose to live, even with all the things that have tried to destroy us. We can choose to keep building, together." The words hung in the air for a moment, both of them absorbing the weight of them. Thomas turned to face Leela, seeing the certainty in her eyes, the quiet strength that had always been there. They had come so far, together, and the path ahead was unclear. But one thing was certain: they were not alone. "We've been through hell," Thomas said, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "But we're still here. And we'll keep being here," Leela replied, her smile gentle. "We'll keep building, one day at a time." As they turned back toward the village, they saw the others gathering, preparing for the day's work. They were a part of something larger now, a community that had risen from the ashes of their shared past. And though the hunger was still there, lingering like a shadow at the edges of their world, They had something it could never take from them: hope. They had the power to choose. And that was enough. The days passed in a quiet rhythm. The village flourished, the people growing stronger, more connected. But the world beyond them, the world where the hunger still lingered, was never far from Thomas's mind. The battle he had fought, the victory he had claimed, had not erased the darkness. It had only taught him how to live in spite of it. The hunger would always return. It would always be a part of them. But now they could face it together. The house's grip had loosened, but its presence had never truly been about the walls, the rooms, or the hunger. It had always been about the people who were caught in its grasp. It was about the fear, the uncertainty, the need to be something more than human in the face of an overwhelming force. And in the end, Thomas knew that the hunger, the house, could never take away their choice. It could never take away their will to live. For now, the village was safe. But Thomas understood that safety was never a permanent thing. It was a choice. A choice they would have to make every day, every moment, no matter what the future held. And as long as they chose to live, as long as they chose each other, the darkness would never win. For now, that was enough. And together, they would face whatever came next. Days flowed into weeks, and life in the village seemed to settle into a predictable rhythm. The crops were growing, the fields were well tended, and the village itself had started to bloom with the vibrancy of a community that was truly beginning to heal. The hunger, though it had once held them all captive, now felt like a distant memory, something they had confronted and endured. There were still echoes, whispers of what they had faced, but they were no longer the driving force of their lives. The quiet was welcome, and Thomas allowed himself to bask in it, for the first time feeling like he was truly free. The past was still with him, always lingering in the shadows of his mind. But each day, the memories grew a little less sharp, a little less overwhelming. The village had become his home, his real home, and he no longer felt like an outsider in his own life. But there was always a quiet restlessness within him, something that gnawed at the edges of his peace, reminding him that this fragile calm could not last forever. The hunger had been beaten, yes, but the house, the presence, the force that had created it could not be so easily erased. There would always be more to face, and yet, for now, he allowed himself to believe that perhaps they had won, for this moment. As the days went on, the villagers worked together, strengthening their bonds and creating something lasting. The children played in the fields, the adults worked side by side, and Thomas found himself, for the first time in years, feeling a sense of belonging. It wasn't perfect, and there were still moments of doubt, moments where the past would tug at his thoughts. But there was something powerful in the collective spirit of the village. They had rebuilt their lives, and in doing so, they had rebuilt themselves. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in a soft, golden light, Thomas found himself walking alone along the familiar paths near the edge of the woods. He needed space, needed to breathe, and as his boots crunched along the dirt path, he couldn't help but look out toward the darkening trees. They were still there, just as they had always been, watching from a distance, holding their secrets and their shadows. For a moment, he felt the pull again. The faintest whisper in the wind, the distant echo of the hunger. It wasn't the overwhelming presence it had once been, but it was there, lurking, watching. He stood at the edge of the trees for a long moment, letting the evening air wash over him. He had faced this. He had won, and yet he could feel the quiet stirrings of the darkness, as if it were waiting for the right moment, the right crack in the wall they had built. It wasn't done with him. But Thomas wasn't afraid anymore. Whatever came, whatever was waiting, he would face it. He would protect this village, this life they had built. They had survived the worst, and together They would continue to survive. With that, he turned back toward the village, his heart steady, his resolve unshaken. The hunger could wait. For now, peace was his to claim. As the days passed, a quiet unease began to settle over the village once more. It wasn't the shadow of the hunger, at least not directly. It was something else. An unsettling feeling in the air. A subtle tension that began to creep into the hearts of the villagers. The work continued, the routines remained, but the smiles grew a little thinner, the glances more wary. It was as if everyone had begun to sense something was wrong, but couldn't yet name it. Thomas had noticed it too. At first, he thought it was just his own lingering paranoia, residue from the battle with the house and the hunger, but soon it became impossible to ignore. Leela noticed it as well. The two of them spent more time than ever talking about what lay ahead, what was still lingering beneath the surface. The sense that something was coming, the feeling that the peace they had worked so hard for was fragile, temporary. "We've faced the darkness before," Leela said one evening, sitting across from Thomas as they watched the village prepare for another harvest. "We've fought it and won, but I don't think we're done yet. I don't think it's truly gone." Thomas stared at the fire between them, the crackling flames casting long shadows. "I don't know," he said quietly. "I want to believe it's over. But there's something about this village, about what we've built here, that feels like it's being watched. It's like there's something waiting." Leela nodded slowly, her face unreadable. "I know what you mean. It's been so quiet. Too quiet." The night felt heavier as they spoke, the wind stirring the branches overhead. It was true. There had been an undercurrent of tension, a weight in the air that had grown impossible to ignore. The villagers were starting to feel it too. Whispers floated through the streets, glances exchanged across tables. But no one spoke openly about it, fearful, perhaps, that acknowledging it would make it real. And then, the first sign came. It was late one night when the first of the disappearances occurred. A woman, one of the older villagers who had seen the village grow from nothing, was gone. Her house empty, the door left ajar, as if she had simply stepped out into the night. But there were no tracks in the dirt, no signs of struggle, nothing that could explain her sudden disappearance. It was as if she had just vanished. And with that, the quiet tension snapped. The hunger, though it had been silent for so long, had not gone. It had not been defeated. It had been lying dormant, waiting for a moment of weakness, for a moment of fear to take root. And now, the village had given it that moment. The next day, more villagers disappeared. Children, the elderly, those who had helped rebuild the village. Each one vanished without a trace, leaving only the faintest echoes of their presence, like shadows fading into the night. The hunger had returned. But this time, it wasn't just a force tied to a house. It was a force tied to the village, to the very people who had chosen to live, to fight, and to build. The villagers had been living with it, unaware. And now, it was too late. The village was falling apart. Panic spread like wildfire, quicker than the hunger had ever spread. Families huddled together in their homes, too terrified to leave. The once bustling square was now empty, save for the whispers of the wind. Thomas had done everything he could to reassure the people, to calm them, but the fear was too deep. The shadows were closing in on them, not just from the woods, but from within their hearts. Leela found Thomas standing at the edge of the village, looking out at the darkened forest. The night was still, the trees looming like silent sentinels, watching them, waiting. She could feel the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. "I can't lose them," Thomas said quietly, almost to himself. "I can't lose this village." Leela stepped beside him, her presence solid and unwavering. "We won't lose it," she said, her voice steady. "We've fought before. We'll fight again." Thomas turned to face her, his eyes filled with the desperation he had kept hidden for so long. But this time, it's different. The hunger isn't just a thing, Leela. It's a force, a part of this place. We can't run from it anymore. Leela didn't say anything at first. She just looked at him, the weight of their shared history hanging between them. Then we face it, she said. Finally. Together. We won't let it take us. Not now. Thomas nodded, his gaze still fixed on the forest. Together, he whispered. The wind picked up, stirring the leaves at their feet, and in that moment, they both understood that the battle was only just beginning. The hunger would never truly be defeated. It was a part of them, a part of this world. But together they could face it, and no matter what came next, they wouldn't be consumed by it. Not now. Not ever. Not again. This time they would choose to fight, and they would win. For the village, for their future, for each other. The reckoning had come, and they would face it head on, together.